Justice. Now. Justice. Now. Justice. Now. Shut it down. Whose streets? Our streets. What? What? Whose streets? Our streets.
At 5 o'clock on a Tuesday, nonetheless.
I'm saying, happy motherfucking Tuesday!
Yeah! Tuesday!
Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! I will be doing another march next week. Look forward. If you're not friends with me on Facebook, add me. My name is Amber Brown. I will be doing a march every week during the day. I want to be heard. I want your voices heard. If you have something to say, get on the microphone.
hey, y'all, we gotta stay out here. We gotta stay disrupting the system. We gotta stay focused and we gotta stay unified. You know what I'm saying? It's strength in numbers. So if y'all can tell a friend to tell a friend, we need more. Hey, you know what I'm saying? So we can keep this going. Do not let this go away, y'all. We gotta
not let it die.
What is it, 131 days?
131 days.
132 days. So we gotta keep this going, y'all. We ain't stopping, man. That's all I want to say.
Keep the momentum.
Keep going! 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 Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep going!
Keep
Come on, we'll get some shirts made. Hey, keep going. Put some shirts on the back. So we ain't gonna stop.
I put my fist up.
I put my best up. It's unavailable.
I put my fist up. I put a miracle.
Make sure y'all check out my trailer. I'm documenting this movement and this moment. About 100 and something days, Freeway Rebellion. And it's got him putting his fist up in front of the mega bus. You know, make sure y'all give this man his love.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be here because I seen him and his people in front of the mega bus.
No justice!
Shout out to T.
No peace!
We didn't get no justice!
Y'all ain't get no peace! Y'all ain't get no
We didn't
sleep!
get no justice!
Y'all ain't get no peace!
We didn't get no justice!
They don't get no peace!
They think we gonna quit.
It
But
ain't over.
we are not quit.
You can't stop the revolution!
You
can't stop the revolution!
We are not quit. We're all
You can't stop the revolution!
Get locked up.
That's right.
Reopen the case. Everybody, make sure you grab a water because I'm not putting this back in my car. Get a water, get home safe. Understand that whenever I do marches, my marches will end at the same place they start. I do not want people going home by themselves. I do not want you walking by yourself. Once you're in a march, you are a target. Understand that. Know that and stay safe.
Alright, y'all saw how that went down today, and I just want to give another round of applause for Denver because that was good. We switched it up on them, then we switched it up on them again. So that's some on-the-spot leadership that she pulled, so we got to give her another round of applause.
Get some water.
Make sure y'all get water.
What's the next one?
We appreciate y'all airlines too. We thank y'all for being out here supporting us. We thank y'all airlines. Y'all like airlines, we love y'all. And we want y'all, we gonna stand up when y'all do. We will die for y'all. I mean that.
Everybody is the same behavior. We didn't use security. Everybody has a behavior, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you, y'all.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. You can't stop the revolution. LNPD is not the solution.
You can't stop the revolution. You can't stop the revolution. You can't stop the revolution.
You can't stop the revolution.
Nine, 10, 11, 12.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Everybody get your fist up. Fist up. Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
Out of the bars into the street. Out of the bars into the street. Out of the bars into the street. Out of the bars into the street.
Sergeant Chicken Tortino.
Black Lives Matter. Black lives still matter here. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
Thank you, brother. Breonna Taylor. David McAtee. Tyler Garrett. Tyler Garrett. Black lives don't matter, no. Black lives don't matter, Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
Look, we separate. Slow down, y'all. Separate. Slow down. You don't understand? You don't understand?
This may be obvious and not me being a little slow, but if the police left, that means they're going to try to, I'm feeling that they're going to pull ahead and cut us off somewhere. But that may be me being slow. And not getting that obvious move, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong, of course. Out of the house and into the street. Aesthetics con ash here.
To do it, but if they want to do it, I mean,
I don't want to give up my DNA.
no, I know you don't.
You can actually look on some of the public library websites have what's called heritage guests, and you can actually tap into census records, which are available 72 years after they're taken. So
72 years?
Anything 1940 and earlier, you can actually check census records. The only problem is in 1890, most of the records are burned in a fire.
Okay. But I'm not going to do my DNA. I know that Amy's not going to do her DNA.
If they want to know their relatives, so I mean, if anybody out there wants to do it, give up your DNA, and you know it's private. They will not. The company will not give it out. So I mean, just to get your DNA.
Yeah, I don't want to give up my DNA.
Court records, land records.
Exactly. Irish fighting the Irish. Okay, do we have a time check? It looks like it's getting dark
Yeah,
here.
looks like two.
It does look like it's getting dark here. Time 5:42. 5:42. I agree, Diane. I'm not giving up my DNA. Hey, cousin Jesse, MAGA, Morgan Smith. Michael says no way. People are very animated. When it comes, you know something? When it comes to President Trump, you either love him and you have so much enthusiasm for him, or you don't, but you have negative for him. It seems like oh, what do we got here?
I got more. What do you got?
Wow, look at all the signs. Yes on one. Okay, so what is one? Tell us what one is. Is that the car one? The question is that the car one?
Yes, one is the car one. So
We'll get the information on that for the next one.
Yeah. They need to make it like shareable so that your mechanics can access the information, so that you can access your own information, and the car companies, and not have everybody else be able to access it. How can we not do that in 2020? But
I got to look into that one.
Yes on one.
And what's on that? And no on two.
No on
What's
two.
two? What's
That's
two?
that crazy voting.
Oh, the ranked choice. You don't want the ranked choice voting.
I can't remember that.
We don't. It's ranked choice voting because it's rank. It's rank. Ranked choice voting. Okay, what else you got?
No, I didn't. Yeah.
What was the question?
Whether or not I went.
Wow,
in there
very
and made a
good.
report.
She's very good. These are all hand drawn.
This one needs the stars on it. And
Okay,
it'll
but
get it.
good
And then
job.
you ready? Ready? This is gonna bring back memories, everybody.
Oh.
Every life matters. Red, yellow, black, white.
Remember?
Red, yellow, black, and white.
Loves the little children, all the little children of the world.
Wow.
Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world.
Do you do sign language?
Not really. I had some I did this. I did a few in Sunday school class when I was doing the vacation Bible school, but majority I don't remember. I can do the alphabet.
But you know some.
A few rudimentary, but not many.
You know some. That was a beautiful song. But were you signing?
The stockyards and a number of police officers.
Del economista David Sabando, un caballero corte caballo, un profesional que nunca le pasó la mano. Yo trabajé con él incluso como alcalde y recuerdo precisamente que en menos de 48 horas pusimos orden en la avenida Octava. Gracias David Sabando. Cuando existe ese compromiso,
Tomorrow we have Townsend, Pepperell, Leominster, and I might be missing another one. On Thursday we have Swampscott, standouts. We have Winthrop, we have Dracut, we have, where's Lisa when I need her? I don't know if it's Paxton. I think we have 5 on Thursday. On Friday, we have Pittsfield. We have, no, Spencer is tomorrow. Spencer is tomorrow. Spencer is, Paul is saying Tewksbury's on Wednesday. We have Spencer on Thursday. We have Leicester on Friday. We have Pittsfield on Friday. And on Saturday, we have a whole slew of President Trump Back the Blue standouts. And this was very nice outside of the New Bedford police station. A lot of thumbs up. The police officers are very happy that we're here. And again, on Thursday, we need as many people as possible for our 6-month anniversary in Swampscott from 10 a.m. to noon. Your presence is needed. No presents for my birthday, but your presence. Right? Don't ask me to spell it.
When is your birthday?
Say it again.
When is your birthday?
Thursday.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it just happened to fall on that day. I wasn't going to tell anybody, but when it fell on that day, I'm like, yeah, the 6-month anniversary of us being up there. So, Okay, so Rebecca can't comment. Poozy says Rebecca can't comment because it said over 1,000. Oh. So on the change.org, I think.
And they killed my cousin.
Let Irwin.
Absolutely not.
Let my people free. He's everybody. Let him out. Let him out.
Can I do the jail check?
Take it. Say it, not gonna hit the person. Say the shit, not gonna
All the traffic. Here, take this.
Station, I have a standout over there from 10 to 12.
Okay, from 10 to 12. That's on Sunday, and then we have West Roxbury. What's Thursday? We have a lot.
Thursday's New Bedford 4 to 6 down at the Octopus at Walgreens.
Okay, I'm gonna put it up. I'll put it up.
Great.
So when I get home, I'll put it up. 4 to
Okay.
6 at the Octopus.
Yep.
So can
Route
you
6
send
at
me
the
an email? Do you have my card?
I'm really bad at that. I'm sorry, I
Or-
haven't so far. I do have your card. It's on my desk.
Okay, send
and
me
I
an
will
email
send
just
you
so
an
I do know. I know exactly where. I don't know where the Octopus is. I'm not
Okay.
from here, so send me an email.
It's about a mile that way.
Okay, it's a mile that way. So send me an email or have Margot send me one so I can put it up.
Yeah, I will.
To get people down here. Massachusetts is knocking it out of the park. I'm telling you, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if Massachusetts goes red for President Trump in 27 days. So I will see you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great night and stay strong. We're going to win this. Bye, everybody. So if they...
Don't show it yet. Don't show it. You gotta tell her the back. Yeah, we're very nice about that.
Isn't that a beautiful sign?
Beautiful sign. Isn't he beautiful?
Yes.
Well, we get so many of the middle finger that. Can I flip it over?
Not yet. You're gonna tell
So
her
what if
why.
some...
So if you're just tuning in, if you don't want to be here, you can take your snooty little remarks and go to somebody else's lab, because we don't do that on this lab. If you don't support, you ain't got to watch. But what you're not going to do is make silly remarks. So that is your warning before you get the boot, as Reinhardt would say.
Yeah, Baxter and Broadway at the old gas station. So come down. We're up to watch it there at 5 p.m. at Baxter and Broadway at the old gas station.
Right. As I said, I'll give them a warning. And if they don't see the comments, that means they got booped.
Bring them out, bring them out.
Drop the charges, drop the charges. Everybody here is grown and we got jobs. Shit, some of us own companies. That's why we can be here. Hey, gorgeous. Your hair looks so good. I resigned yesterday. You what? I resigned. Oh, shit, that's what I meant to do. Okay, I'm going to send mine too. I saw that meeting go out. I said no on the calendar. I was like, I sent them a thing yesterday. I was like, I'm done. Okay. And then I made a public announcement that I was done with it. On live. Facebook or something? Yeah, it's on live. Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, not doing it. As the way it began and the way it ended. That's what I said yesterday when I did my live. You know, when Andy first together, he was involved. You know what I mean? And even in January, they made him still okay. And then it was like, that power of the house went over. We just have to put it out. And then, you know, like I told her, he's like, well, if I had to go
y'all.
Period.
Do not let it die. We gotta, hey, y'all, we gotta stay out here. We gotta stay disrupting the system. We gotta stay focused and we gotta stay unified. You know what I'm saying? It's strength in numbers. So if y'all can tell a friend to tell a friend, we need more. Hey, you know what I'm saying? So we can keep this going. Do not let this go away, y'all. We gotta keep protesting. What is it, 131 days? 132 days. So we gotta keep this going, y'all. We ain't stopping, man. That's all I want to say. Keep going! 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 Yeah, after my look at some church mates, okay, keep going. With the fist on the back. So we ain't gonna stop. I put my fist up.
I thank all y'all and God bless everybody.
You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution!
Everybody, make sure you grab a water. I'm not putting this back in my car. Get a water, get home safe. Understand that whenever I do marches, my marches will end in the same place they start. I do not want you to go home by themselves. I do not want you walking by yourself. Once you're in a march, you are a target. Understand that. Know that and stay safe.
Alright, y'all saw how that went down today, and I just want to give another round of applause for Amber. I was
How do you feel like it went, Amber? This was amazing. Like, this was great. Like, look at this. When was the last time we were able to get to see people during the day? At 5 o'clock on a Tuesday. Yes. It was amazing, y'all. Come out here.
Tell us about your encounter with LMPD and how you resolved it.
Well, it was supposed to be we didn't interact. Didn't really go that way. But, we just kept it pushing. They know the message. They know what's up. They know what's going on. And they are still wanting to antagonize. We don't need to let them do that. Nobody got arrested. Everybody gets to go home the same way they came. We didn't need security. We didn't need medics. Because everybody kept it pushing. And that's what we're going to do.
He made sure I had everything I needed when I felt like I ain't had nobody, but I always had him. No bullshit.
I'm the youngest brother. One thing I gotta say about my brother was he make ends meet by all means necessary. All means necessary. My brother was there to support me, keep me out the streets, teaching me right from wrong, telling me if I need help. And
a truly incredible thing, and he was given a Gold Seal Award from his county because he saved the life of somebody during an EMS call, which is truly incredible as well. I'll never forget him because of all the sacrifices he made each and every day. I know that we don't know the reason why he passed away, but I know the family and department are probably waiting really patiently to hear how he passed away. So I pray they find out those details soon. But I want his whole family to know. I know he had a fiance, an unborn child as well. Just think, yeah, his child. He passed away before his child was even born, knowing that even though I bet his fiance is going to tell his child lots of stories about him himself, his child will never actually know who his or her father was. So I just pray that his whole family healed through this hard time, knowing that he was at a great point of his life. He was expecting a child and had a fiance, which is very sad. How at the moment he passed away because he was so young and had a great life ahead of him. So I pray to his whole family heals, and I pray with the help of this flag tonight, the red line flag I'll be sending you, as well as a handwritten note, you heal as well. And with the help of all the Border Patrol agents who came out in the Silla County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Orange County Sheriff's Office bagpipes play wonderful tunes. We pray he'll very, very soon. And everybody from Money Be Heroes and all the supporters, our deepest condolences are with you through this hard time. We pray you heal because you should never go through what you're going through. I'm also doing a thing where I am doing a moment of silence for as long as somebody served. In this case.
Silence isn't the answer.
Silence isn't the answer.
Silence isn't the answer.
Silence isn't the answer.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Justice for Jermaine.
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 No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Stop the killing.
Stop the killing.
Stop the killing.
Stop the killing.
Stop the violence.
Stop the violence.
Stop the killing.
Stop the killing.
Daddies are dying.
Daddies are dying.
Kids are dying.
Kids are dying.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace. That one not working.
This mic.
Yes, it's not working. This mic not working.
Put it. It's on Bluetooth.
Is it on Bluetooth?
No radio.
It's on aux.
Oh, it's on aux. Got it. Is that it? No. Try to hit the mic. Probably got to be the mic. Retry to connect the mic again.
Everybody, my name is Tamara Reed. Jermaine Reed was my son, my only son. I appreciate y'all for coming out here to support, to let me know that he was more than loved by his siblings and his mother and his father. He was loved by many. I appreciate y'all. This is not easy to do. I just want y'all to I want them to find out who took my baby. Everybody that know me know that I was in love with my son. I just want to know what happened to my child. I need some justice and some peace. I have not slept. I cannot eat. I have to deal with his children. I am raising his son. Y'all, somebody need to help us find out why they took Jermaine from us. This is not easy to do. This shit gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. Love you too, baby. It's your big
Do anyone have anything to say? Anybody else want to say anything?
I'm gonna say something. My name is Maya, and Toya is his baby mama, my best friend. The fact that y'all took somebody from their kids, he has all of his kids. He got 5 kids. I don't care about logical or not, but we had to tell the kids that their daddy was gone. And I don't know if y'all know what it feels like to see a soul snatched from somebody's body, but these kids broke down for them to be so young. They broke down because their daddy gone. My niece, Serenity, she taking it the hardest out of everybody. When we told her, she went outside, she reached up to her daddy. She keep calling for her daddy. Serenity, Miami, Ezekiel, Warrior, Amir, he got all these kids, and y'all took my brother from his kids. I'm speaking up because I want justice for Jermaine Reed. So just as Jermaine don't get justice, this ain't gonna be no peace, period. So y'all need to do justice for Jermaine.
My name Cartier. Jermaine was my uncle. And when me and Quell wasn't even doing no we'll go to any park to play basketball.
Hello, my name is Ramona. A lot of you don't know me, but Jermaine was a very special person in my life. He was a friend, a confidant, someone that you could depend on. He was changing his life around, making things better for his family, giving good advice to his brothers, to his sisters, to just everybody around him. Everybody lift him up in prayer, please. And let's find justice for Jermaine.
Hello everybody, my name is Candace. Well, the students in Milwaukee Public Schools know me as Miss Lois Parks. Oftentimes they get mad at me for condemning them for their behavior. But the real question that I posed to my baby yesterday was I asked him, what do you want to say to the media? Take your power right now. And me and T, where'd she go? We asked him to speak on behalf of his brother because he wasn't able to speak for himself. He asked the question, do black lives really matter? And it puzzled me a little bit because we walk around with these shirts and we say black lives matter, but yet we'll turn around and kill each other. And that's why I feel like the cops feel like it's okay when they do it, because we allow them to say it's okay, non-verbally, with our actions, with the beef that we have with each other, with the violence that we come against each other. The only thing we asking is for peace with this protest. Figure out what happened, talk to each other, ask the right questions, don't retaliate. And I know that's harder to say than to do. It is. Because you only want to get back even at somebody who has done wrong to you. But at the end of the day, if you turn around and do wrong, who do you leave behind? So until we start respecting our own lives, they're not going to respect us. And we have to walk in our truth saying that Black Lives Matter. We have to stand for that. We have to really mean it. If we wearing a shirt, if my neighbor that's next to me is black and he step on me or bump into me on accident or start some drama on accident, but he looked just like me, all right, it was an accident. I can respect it and keep it moving. But to keep saying that Black Lives Matter and then we turn around and gun each other down, we shoot each other, we set each other up because we don't like each other, that's never going to help us to fight this war against the white people who keep gunning our black men down. We taking our black
sanctuary, and LMPD took us down worse than Hankerson or any of those officers that killed Breonna Taylor has been dealt with. Way worse. Why? Why? Because we standing up for justice. Why? Okay. So I just wanted to tell you all thank you for being out here with us. We feel your love and support online. in person. Thanks for all the support for Injustice Square Park. Today marks 132 days we've been out here in these streets.
I know it's time.
Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. We moving with each other.
Yeah. And I just want to tell you thank you to everyone that's been arrested. Over 700 people have been arrested while we've been trying to demand justice for Breonna Taylor. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep pushing. We've always had to fight for everything we got, so we're ready to keep fighting these last charges and the charges against all the protesters arrested. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Shamika one more time, y'all. Let's give it up for Shamika. She's been down here, man, behind the scenes, supporting this park. You know what I'm saying? Next up, we got Representative Jody Jenkins coming to the microphone. Let's give a big, strong applause for her.
Yes! Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I am happy to be here to stand with my colleagues and my constituents. I also want to say that Congressman John Yarmouth was here and he had to leave to go to a meeting. Senator Morgan McGarvey, who is the Senate Democrat leader, was here. Also with me are Representative Lisa Wilner, Representative Nima Concarney, Representative Josie Raymond. We had Representative Mary Lou Marzin. Am I missing anyone? We got them all. Okay, thank you. You know, we are a country of laws, but laws only work when they are enforced justly. And what we have seen here today is we are one step further towards justice for not only my friend Representative Scott and my constituent and Ashanti, we're one step, but for the other folks that were arrested. We look forward to maybe coming back here in November for the other charges. We know that the curfew was not enforced throughout this community. There were only certain places that this curfew was enforced, and that's not okay. That is not okay, and we need to stand together. The fight is not over. We are looking forward for Representative Scott to introduce Breonna's Law. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor, as are the other representatives here with us today. And sometimes it's a marathon, not a sprint. That's right. But we've taken the first couple steps in this marathon. So thank you all for being here to stand with these wonderful, wonderful women and the other folks who I don't know all their names, but for the other folks that were arrested wrongly as well. So it's a very happy day. And thank you, Representative Scott, for your representation.
Yeah!
Donnie Green.
All right, let's give it up for her again one more time.
Donnie's right there. He's back there. Donnie's back there.
Next up to the mic, we got Donnie Green coming to the mic.
Donnie Green!
Yeah! Heroes behind the scenes have been helping keep this park running for 130-something days. Man, give me another round of applause for him.
Yeah!
Hi, y'all. Thanks, everybody, for coming out today and protesting the state-sanctioned murder of Breonna Taylor and the ongoing cover-up being perpetuated by our city and state in LMPD. I appreciate the fact that you're all out here. I appreciate all the protesters, over 700 that have been arrested. It's not just us. And there's a lot of unsung heroes in this park. There's a lot of people who have been out here despite the fact that they did not have resources available to them, who will not get this press coverage, who will not get this kind of attention. Okay, and they deserve it as much as we do because we've all been out here. It's been a community out here fighting, okay? And it's still community, and we're gonna stay community. That's what this is about.
That's right.
All right? It's about all of us doing what LMPD, the city, and the state refuse to do, okay? And that's to take care of each other, all right? Because we have houseless folks out here that do not get the resources that they need or deserve. We have basic human rights being ignored by our city, okay, that include housing, clean water, food, health care for people. We ignore all of that and we put money into LMPD.
That's right.
And LMPD basically operates as an illegal gang in this city. We need to defund LMPD. We need to take the money and put it back into the resources that the city deserves for its people. Mental health, food, water, housing. That's where this money needs to go. That's where LMPD's budget needs to go. It's to taking care of our community for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Daddy.
Yeah, they vote on it Thursday, so let's everyone out here. All right?
And they have a surplus.
Yes, they have a surplus. Kill that budget. Kill the overtime alone would have housed every single houseless person in the city and provided health care for a huge number of vulnerable and marginalized people. And instead, we're paying officers overtime for our constitutional right to be out here protesting peacefully. Peacefully. It's insanity, and it has to stop. Defund the LMPD and put the money back where it belongs. Give it back to us, the people, so we can do the right thing.
Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
Arrest the cops.
Arrest the cops.
Arrest the cops.
Arrest the cops.
Next to the mic, we got House of Representative Annika Scott.
My friends over here is trying to throw shade. You need to step up there. Listen, I really want everybody who was arraigned today to come up here with us so we can make room for you up here if you don't mind stepping up here.
All right.
Oh.
Sorry.
All right, this is it right here.
That's right.
Give it up for these amazing people.
Yeah!
We know that there has been nothing but love, community, and solidarity for more than 130 days as we have sought justice for Breonna Taylor. As my daughter Ashanti, who was arrested with us, often says, we do not move in fear. So these charges will not stop us. It will not stop the revolution, right?
Right.
You can't stop the revolution.
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 This is revolutionary action. What LMPD and the alphabet soup of law enforcement are trying to do is shut us down. They are trying to have power, domination, and control over our bodies and our voices, and we will not allow it.
That's right. That's right.
We will be back in court in November 16th, 1 o'clock p.m. for many of us, 9 a.m. for some, and we will fight these bogus misdemeanor charges.
What are the remaining charges?
All right? And we know that this is political retaliation. We know because people like Donnie had and other charges that we might have forgot about added to his charges. We know that these were leaders who were arrested on Thursday, September 24th, seeking sanctuary at First Unitarian Church. And the absurdity of trying to claim that I would try to burn down the library in District 41 that black people so desperately need is something that we all need to fight against.
That's right.
So y'all have already been out here for more than an hour. Thank you so much.
Yes.
We don't want to keep you long. Just wanted to make sure you had the details of what happened inside, and we'll have Ted come back up to share with you about what's next. But what we do know is that we will continue fighting for justice for Breonna Taylor. We will turn our protest into policy with Breonna's law.
Yeah.
And if there's anyone who thinks that this was not political retaliation because some of us have signed on to a lawsuit with the ACLU against LMPD for tear gassing us, or because we have filed Breonna's law, then I have a conversation I need to have with you across the street at Injustice Square Park. But until then, we want to call up our attorney, Ted Schaus, to close us out to let us know what's next, because this fight is not over. And we know it's not over. Give it up again for these folks right here.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of housekeeping matters. If you were arraigned today and you have not formally spoken to your lawyer,
Damn UPS.
if you were arraigned today and you haven't formally spoken to your lawyer, please call the hotline number, which is 694-9454. Talk to the women there, and they'll put you in touch with who's representing you going forward.
Area code 502?
Area code 502-694-9454. Next, as Representative Scott said, we're back in court on November the 16th at both 9.
What up, what up, what up? What's going, y'all? Thank y'all so much for coming in and kicking it with Kirk. I'm your host, Jonathan Kirkland. Thank y'all for being with me tonight on this beautiful Tuesday evening. Hopefully you're healthy. Hopefully you're happy. Hopefully wherever you are, whatever you have going on, hopefully it's going well for you. So as I said, my name is Jonathan Kirkland. I'm a husband, father, actor, singer, podcaster, all kind of things. Yes, I was in Hamilton the musical. Yes, I played the role of George Washington. Yes, I am the second ever person to originate that role. Was fortunate enough and lucky enough to play it in Chicago from 2016 to 2018. Yeah, man, that's my spiel. That's my little intro. So now that we got that out the way, because you always got to let people know who you are and why your words may matter. Got to show the receipts. A few things that I want to hit tonight. We're going to do a quick power half hour, if you will. We're going to be in and out. But some things that I want to hit that are really important. I want to talk about Trump and COVID. We got to talk about that. I got to hit Kamala Harris. We got to deal with that. And then I have a different perspective on things that I want to share with you guys, and we'll see how you all feel. So first and foremost, here's my issue with the Trump and COVID situation, all right? A few things, but where I want to start is this. We all have been, we all know that he caught it. Some think he didn't catch it. Some think he did. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it wouldn't shock me either way. He looked pretty sick to me. My issue is this. My frustration with media is what I want to talk about, and how I can't find any fact and objective-based shows out there on major networks that just give you facts, right? And this is the thing. When it came across my Twitter feed, or when it came across, whatever that told me, President Trump has caught COVID, I'm like, oh, shoot, this is a big deal. Hate him, love him, feel how you feel about the guy, but this disease, this dis-ease has taken people out. Has literally taken people out. So at the end of the day, whether we love him or hate him as a president, most of us are not the biggest fans of his. To have the commander in chief of this nation stricken with a disease that could kill him puts our national security at risk. Right. So I'm going to CNN, and I'm going here, and I'm going there. I'm trying to find just factual, objective based information. And y'all, for the life of me, I could not find it. And it was really frustrating, because it's like, listen, man, I get it. We live in an age of capitalism, and all these companies need to make all their money based on how many ads they run. And I get all that, right? But what frustrated me is the tone that seeped under the words that I was watching on CNN, or the tone that seeped under on MSNBC, or some of the tone even from local news. I appreciate local news, because that can be a little more unbiased. That can be a little more just basic, up and down, or at least they try to be. But I'm listening to this tone behind it, and I'm like, y'all, just give me the facts. Just give me the facts. Just give me the facts and give me the figures. Now, that said, shout out to NPR, right? Shout out to PBS, because networks like that do a really good job of just trying to keep things up and down and trying to keep things straight-laced. But it's really frustrating when people in the nation has caught a disease that could kill him, and I can't find anything but a bunch of vitriol on this side or championing on that side, right? There's actually a statistic that says that Fox News, people who watch Fox News, are the most misinformed people in the nation by a wide margin. Imagine that, right? So I just wanted to kind of dive into this thing as it relates to Trump and COVID and this whole situation, is that do your homework and do your research, guys, as we approach this election season, as we approach this time where it's coming down to who you like. For those of you who are still on the fence, do as much objective research as you can. We're gonna get into some of that as it relates to Kamala in a minute, but do as much objective research as you can, y'all, because every entity, right? I used to be able to say, well, I rock with CNN. To be honest, and it's not a slight. I think CNN does a good job, but there's still a tone that undergirds the information that's being given, and it's hard to follow, right? Now, second thing I want to touch on is COVID itself. And what I'm gonna give you right now is an objective fact, an truth, right? President Trump came out to say, don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it run your life. Don't let it dictate how you move. I would caution everybody under the sound of my voice right now to let that statement run through one ear and out the other. And this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be as unbiased, and I'm trying to keep my tone objective. That's something I'm trying to grow in as a personality, giving you an objective perspective. Don't listen to that, okay? There's a radio host that I listen to in the city of Detroit. I'm not going to say his name because I don't know that he want me to do that, but he shared a story today on the airwaves about catching COVID. And he talked about the fact that for 11 days, he ran a temperature of 103. A temperature of 103. He mentioned that he was suffering with diarrhea. He was fatigued, but he couldn't fall asleep. No desire to eat. He lost over 10 pounds. No sense of smell. No sense of taste. Right. And he was just bedridden and stricken with this disease for 11 days. So much so to where in the text messages to his friends and to his family, he started to lose the life and the hope within him, because that's how hard that disease hit him. Now, check this out. His wife, on the flip side, she also tested positive as well. But for her, it was just a couple days with some chills and she was good to go. She was in and out. And this is what's wild. They both contracted it from their daughter, who's under the age of 2 years old. And I'm saying this because we've gotten to a place as a nation. We've gotten to a place where we're saying, well, you know, COVID ain't that deep, man. I'm finna go out, man. And look, I've been guilty too, right? Well, to an extent, like we went out for my birthday. We went out for my wife's birthday. We got to a point where we felt comfortable to go to restaurants, you know, social distance, wear your mask, wash your hands, don't touch your face, all those things that they tell us to do. We got comfortable enough to where we could do that. But I would dare say we got a little too comfortable, right? I would dare say we got a little too comfortable. We spent a lot of time with family when we were quarantining back in Michigan, and we dapping it up, we hanging out, we chopping it up, we laughing, we kicking, we just kicking it. Now it's just family. It's not more than 10 people in the house at a time. It's only a few of us, but we all know that each and every one of our people in our family interacts with somebody else, right? So we don't know what we're bringing into the house. And I'm saying this to say to you guys, COVID is still here. COVID is still real. And this disease is a very serious thing that I think we ought to take seriously. Let's not forget that just a few months ago, people were dying by the second. That just a few months ago, freezer trucks were pulling into the city of New York. Freezer trucks were pulling in to house these dead bodies before they could get to their family. And still to this day, people are passing away. Still to this day, people are passing away and having to say goodbye to their loved ones over a FaceTime call with a nurse holding the phone. Okay. I'm sorry. I always want to try to honor the comments, y'all. I want to try to honor what's going on in the comments. So is it the flu? Listen, this is what everyone that I know who's caught this disease have told me. If this is the flu on some serious steroids. Okay, this is the flu. Oh, let me not say that. I was going to talk about an athlete who allegedly used steroids. I'm not going to do that though. But if this thing is the flu, this is the flu from you know what's the name of that TV show on TLC? My 600-pound life. This is the 600-pound life flu. This ain't the person who weighs like 220. I'm trying to get down to like 205. This is the my 600-pound life flu. And that little doctor who telling me I'm gonna die if I don't lose like 50 pounds before I get this surgery. That's what kind of flu this is, if this is in fact the flu. Okay, so I just want us to be careful, man. All the scientists have told us they don't have enough information yet about this disease in order for us to just move as freely as we want to. So I just want to encourage you guys to be cautious about it. And my last thought on COVID, then we're going to go ahead and transition. My last thought, guys, is this. When it comes to the basic flu, just basic flu strands that you get a flu shot for, we have some kind of information about it. When it comes to HIV and AIDS, we have some kind of information about it. When it comes to mononucleosis, we have some kind of information, and those are just a few diseases. With COVID, we don't know what we don't know yet. And that's a very dangerous place to be. Now, listen, I'm not saying that we ought to walk around in fear. I'm not saying that we ought to walk around in any trepidation. I'm saying we should live our lives with peace, but let wisdom be the entity that moves us through that peace that we need. Okay, so live your life with peace, but be wise. Keep your mask on. Okay, keep your mask on. Okay, wash your hands and do all the smart things that you have to do. When I was talking to a friend of mine who mentioned, you know, why should we wear these masks and do this and do that? Because if it is just a flu, hey, anything could happen. I'm not willing to risk my life on anything could happen, President Trump. I'm not willing to do that. When it comes to the basic flu, we have an answer. The answer is stay in the bed, drink your fluids, take some medicine to help you feel better, let it run its course, and you'll be okay in a few days. When it comes to other diseases, we have medicines, we have pills, we have therapeutics, we have antibodies, we have answers. As it relates to COVID, we ain't got no answers yet, y'all. Okay? So I just want to encourage, I just want to offer this up to everybody. Try to live with as much wisdom as you can with this thing, especially as we get into these winter months. If you're in the Midwest, if you're in a colder climate, especially as we get into these winter months, please live with as much wisdom as you possibly can. All right. So that's my 2 cents on Trump and COVID. Excuse me. That's my 2 cents on that whole situation going on. And I gave you a little information as it relates to media and just some of my frustrations, man. If anybody knows of any television shows that come on CNN or Fox News or whomever else where they are just objective, let me know, because I've been looking for it. All right. And for those who just joined us, this is Kicking It with Kirk. We're talking about a few things today. We just talked about Donald Trump and his COVID situation. We talked about a little bit of media and some of my frustration with the media that we have going on. And now we're transitioning to Kamala Harris. So here we go. I want to be very careful here. I don't want to call out anyone specifically. And maybe I will as we move on. There is a conditioning that we have to deal with. Now, most people on this platform, from just what our numbers show, most people on this platform that we are, that we serve, right? Be it if you're on Protest Party, thank you for watching. If you're on YouTube, thank you for watching. If you're on Periscope, thank you for watching. Wherever you're tuning in, thank you for tuning in. Most people that we serve are in the Black community, so I'm gonna speak to the Black community right now, okay? We have a conditioning, y'all. Y'all have heard me say it before. The conditioning of America has taught all of us, Black, white, or otherwise, to consider Black people as worthless, as unnecessary, and as less than. Okay. And here's why I'm bringing that up. As it relates to Kamala, I'm seeing so much heat from the day that she was appointed as the vice president nominee. From that day, that woman started to get so much heat from our community about her past, about her record, and about all that. And here's the thing. I want to make it very clear. Two things can exist at once. Okay. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm fine with that. Her record should be scrutinized. Her record should be gone through with a fine tooth comb. But if we do that for her, we better do that for Joe Biden. If we do that for Kamala, if we do it for whomever we do it for 4 years from now when there's another election, we better do it for that candidate too. Because I feel like it's starting to get to a place where, because we've been taught to demonize Black people, even worse, we've been taught to demonize Black women to an extent, right? Even worse, the way we treat Black women, I'm starting to see our conditioning bleed through in terms of, well, she was a district attorney. I'll never vote for a district. I'll never vote for a prosecutor. You know what I'm saying? No, she was putting him in jail, man. No, forget that. But here's the thing. Have you done your research? Have you done your research, or have we gotten the receipts? And here, and again, I want to make it clear. Yes, I was the one who said the day that she was appointed, she wasn't my choice. Joe wasn't my choice. I ain't gonna lie about none of that. Y'all already know how I get down. I'm gonna keep it 100. Everything that's on my heart, I'm gonna give to you. I'm gonna give you the best of what I got. Okay. Kamala wasn't my first choice. Joe certainly wasn't my first choice. I wanted Elizabeth Warren. Y'all know that. And if it wasn't Lizzie, I wanted Bernie. And if it wasn't Bernie, I know what we was going to do. And here's where we are. So I just want to make it clear, as I defend Kamala, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's the candidate that I wanted in this position. But what we not going to do is disrespect this Black women. So let's go into some of the receipts. So she is the first Black woman and first woman of South Asian descent to be on the ticket. That matters. Whether you like it or not, that matters, y'all. And she's an AKA. That's something that I think we can be proud of. And she graduated from Howard University. Now, most of those things y'all knew, okay? She's been a DA and an attorney general. But let's dive into some more context, okay? There's a tone that's been coming out that has tried to bill itself as if Kamala is like Miss Mass Incarceration, as if she's like super in favor of mass incarceration. But that's not the case. After some research, we find out that Ronald Reagan had an issue with his war on drugs. He was down for it. Bill Clinton who, if memory serves me correct, a lot of us, me included, I think at the age of whatever I was, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever the case, was saying that, Bill is the first black president because, he played the saxophone. Come on, y'all. That's the tip we was on with Bill Clinton. And if memory serves me correct, under Bill Clinton was Joe Biden, who wrote that crime bill that so many of us have talked about, that so many of us have taken issue with, right? So that 3 strikes on your out situation, that crime bill situation, that was under Bill Clinton. And then check this out, some more receipts. Most black mayors at that time supported those policies, as did most black people, because most black people, whether we want to admit it or not, we're very conservative people. That's just the truth, okay? And that is our conditioning bleeding through, because we gave Bill a pass. Bill cheated on his whole wife. For black people to be as conservative as we are, Bill Clinton cheated on his wife. Y'all remember the whole Monica Lewinsky scandal? And we said, well, you know. And most of us said that's what made him even more black. That's not a narrative that I want to subscribe to. And my God, how hindsight is 2020. But it's like, but those situations, man, those are things that our people have accepted and in many ways have defended. And then when we have a black woman get her shot to come to the forefront, now we want to do this. Now we want to go through a fine tooth comb of her record. Now we want to get upset. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. And again, I'm not saying that we should not run through her record, that we should not run through it, that we shouldn't scale that thing as finely as we can, because we have to. But if we do it for her, we better do it for everybody else. We better do it for everybody else. So here's the thing. Let's keep going. Let's keep going on a few more of the receipts as it relates to Kamala. So in the era of the tough on crime Democrats, she did enforce some policies of that era, but she also started a program in 2005 called the Back on Track program, which allowed first-time drug offenders to get a job and high school diplomas. And that's before criminal justice reform was even a thing. Okay, that was in 2005. I was still in, I ain't gonna date myself, but that was in 2005, all right? And even under 3 strikes, here's another thing that I think is dope that she did. Senator Harris directed that no one in her office prosecute anyone unless it was for a serious violent crime, okay? Unless it was for a serious violent crime. That's something else that Senator Harris did. Her record as a senator has reflected a more progressive approach than honestly, than most people in her shoes, holding the positions that she held in California. So that's another thing that I want to point out. And here's the thing. She also said on the debate stage, while she and Vice President Biden were going at it, while they were going back and forth trying to win the nomination and do all that, she also said she has a great deal of respect for Joe, but she felt that the 94 crime bill did contribute to mass incarceration in this country. That was her direct quote long before she was elevated to be the VP candidate. So here's the thing. What I'm coming for is this, specifically one thing, and I see you guys in here saying, well, she said Joe was a racist and she said this and she said that. Y'all are missing my point. Let me try to do this again. Let me try to make it very clear for you. My point is this. What we not gonna do is hold this black woman to a standard that we as a nation have not held anyone else. Point blank, period. We're holding Kamala Harris to a standard that we don't hold Donald Trump to. He's the president. We're holding this sister to a standard that we're not holding anybody else to. Yes, she blew it. She shouldn't have said she was in college smoking weed, listening to Pac. Pac wasn't out when she was in college. I don't even know if Pac was born when she was in college. Okay? Yeah, she blew it. She was trying to be too relatable. She blew it. Yes, she had policies in California that were problematic. She did. She had the policy as it related to the school situation. And if parents aren't taking their kids to school, then, there might have to be a conversation around jail. But from the research that I've done, I believe, I don't know that any parents went to jail. If they did, I think it was less. It was 1 or 2. And the whole initiative was to encourage parents to get their kids up and get their children to school. Was it the best way to go about it? Probably not. Does it speak to the fact that she has a conditioning as well that needs to be fixed? Probably so. But was her intention to get parents to take their kids to school who didn't care whether their kids went to school or not? That was the intent. So again, I'm trying to run a very thin line here between apologizing for her, because I'm not trying to apologize for the decision she's made. I'm not trying to apologize for the things that she's done. But what I'm trying to do is bring us to a place where we at least recognize our conditioning to say, well, Joe actually wrote the crime bill. Joe actually called people super predators. And all of us, for the most part, are saying we got to vote for Joe. Now, sidebar, let me dive into that real quick. The reason we're saying we got to vote for Joe is because what our agenda and our initiative is as black people, we feel as though we have a better chance of pushing that through with Joe Biden at the helm better than we do Donald Trump. So let's make it very clear. Okay, nobody is saying Joe Biden is a savior. Nobody is saying we dependent on Joe to get us on out of masses grip. Ain't nobody saying that. We know we got to do it ourselves, but it's a strategy. It's chess. This ain't checkers. We just feel like with Joe, we got a better chance of pushing forward what we want. Okay, so to go back, here's the thing, and what I'm trying to make very clear, y'all, is that we have a conditioning. And that conditioning is to say, if you are black, it's even a black woman, specifically a black woman in this case, if you're a black woman, we're going to come at you with everything we have. See the story of Breonna Taylor. Okay. If you're a black woman, we're going to do everything we can. And we're going to treat, and that to an extent is women in general, because when Hillary Clinton was running for president, she had to apologize and answer for all the things that Bill pushed through for her whole campaign. Right. So that's a part of American conditioning. So it is worse for women, but it's even worse for black women. All right. So that's another thing that I wanted us to hit. So yeah, man. So let's do the best we can. Let's do the best we can to try to fix our conditioning off this conversation, man. Let's try to fix our conditioning. Let's try to change how we view things. And even here, look, I'm looking in the comments, right? Here's what's wild. Like after everything I just said, I'm still seeing some of y'all just black. Well, she did this, she did that, she did this, she did that. Y'all missing the whole point. I'm gonna say it one more time for the people in the back who might not have caught it. There is a conditioning. And again, it's okay to run down and run through the things that people do wrong. I'm not saying that. That's absolutely fine. We have an obligation as Americans. We have an obligation to hold people to the fire if they're saying they're running for any office. I don't care if they're running for your daggone school board. I don't care if you're in school and somebody's running for freaking vice president of the 10th grade council. Whatever the case may be, run through it with a fine-tooth comb because we have to. That's an obligation that we have. But that said, as you run through it, just make sure you're holding black people to the same standard that you do everyone else. In this case, make sure you're holding black women to that very standard. All right. So that said, I'm gonna wrap it up with this. And again, for anybody who may be just coming in, my name is John Kirkland. You tuned in to Kicking It with Kirk. We've talked about President Trump and COVID. We've talked a little Kamala Harris. We talked about Joe Biden a little conditioning. We're hitting a lot of things in this half hour. We're just going. I'm just flowing. We're just kicking it, right? We're just kicking back. And here's the thing that I want to dive into as I prepare to close. Let me get to some comments. I'm sorry. We just need more conscious human beings. We do. We need more conscious human beings, but even on top of that, we need more education. Okay? And this is what I want to kind of close with, y'all. We need more education. Americans today, I would argue, the millennial generation, which I'm a part of, okay? So I have no problem putting my own feet to the fire. For those who've been tuning in, y'all know I ain't got no problem calling out whatever it is that I get wrong, okay? The millennial generation is probably the least educated generation as it relates to American politics, as it relates to government, as it relates to how everything works. Okay, I'm a whole husband with 2 kids in my early 30s. In my early 30s, I don't care. I'll date myself. And I'm still learning. I'm still figuring things out. I still have to do some Google searches to make sure that my thoughts and that my ideals are lining up in the right place. Because check this out. In high school, I got out of high school with a 3.4, 5, something, I don't know, whatever GPA. I took one class as it related to politics, one semester of government. And it just so happened to be the semester when Bush was running against Al Gore, and they stole that election from Al Gore. Y'all know they stole that election. Now don't come in here and cap. Okay, I know we got some Trump supporters on the feed. I know we got some people that rock with the Republican side. Listen, your colors are your colors, whatever. Don't come in here and cap and act like Bush and them may steal that election from Al Gore off that Florida situation. Y'all know how that went. But here's the thing. I had one semester of one class on government. And check this out. It was taught by a white man who was a staunch Republican who in his tone and in his approach couldn't care less about these black kids in Southfield. That boy didn't care about us. So here's the thing. And I went to a good high school, a really good high school, right? So what I'm encouraging us to do, man, especially those of us who are parents now, those of us who are educating the next generation, man, do your homework and do your research, because we have to know what the system is if we're going to bring it down. And that's why so many people look at us like we crazy. I'm fortunate enough to have some friends who are lawyers, to have some friends who have studied, political science and who've done this stuff at a very high level. And all of them say the exact same thing. So many of us talk about we want to tear the system down. We don't know what that looks like. We ain't serious about tearing down no system. We don't even know what the system is. Okay? So I'm imploring us, I'm encouraging us tonight, do your research on everything that I've talked about tonight, everything that I've tried to offer you and tried to present tonight, all comes back to doing your own research. As it relates to COVID, do your research, do everything you can to find as many objective and fact-based truths that you can find. Not spin, not Fox News, not CNN, forget all that, man. Find the objective truth as best you can. As it relates to this next election, find the objective truths as best you can. The indisputable facts. Facts that nobody can dispute. Find those facts, man, and do your research as it relates to this government that we live in, because we live here. We can't talk about wanting to refund or defund police and abolish police and change this and change that, and we have no clue how it started. We have no clue the legislation that's on the books. We have no clue how it works. And again, I'm preaching to myself. I'm putting my own feet to that fire. I got 2 children out here, man, and they need to know. Okay? So do yourself a favor, man. Get off of social media for a few minutes a day and do some government research, man. Get off of social for a second. Just give yourself 20 minutes a day, 15, 20 minutes a day. Just dive in and do some research as it relates to what's really going on in this country. You know what I mean? Because if we say we want change, we're not going to get it by just saying what everybody else says. We're not going to get it by watching news programs and letting them feed us in. And what did Cuomo say? Well, that's what I believe. Well, what did Tommy Lauren say? Well, she kind of talked like me. I like that Tommy Lauren. That was my over exaggerated. Y'all like that accent? That was my over exaggerated Southern situation. So listen, man, last thing I'll say on the way out, always thank you guys for coming in. Tomorrow there is a vice president, the vice president debate, right? So you have Mike Pence versus Kamala Harris. I'm imploring all of us, man. I've used implore a lot tonight. I'm urging us to tune into that debate, because anybody who wants to hear plans, anybody who wants to hear what each side actually plans to do moving forward, that is the debate to watch. It will never be a Trump debate, because all Trump is going to do is create chaos. That's what he does. That's been his brand for his whole life. Chaos wins for him. That's, for whatever reason, a lot of people dig it. It is what it is. Why is Kanye not part of the debate? Stop playing with me. Okay. Biggs 2004. Stop playing with me. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna come in this page and talk about Kanye. Then I'm having a good day. We're not gonna do that, okay? But if you really want to hear the plans, if you really want to hear what are the plans, what are the agendas, how do you plan to roll these ideas out? Tomorrow is the night that you want to tune in. Okay. And for anybody who's still on the fence as to who they'll vote for, tomorrow's the night for you. Okay. It's very clear to me who I need to vote for, because y'all know I'm on the record saying, and I have said, that one candidate puts our nation in danger. The other does not. It's as simple as that. And what I mean danger, I mean civil danger. Okay. I mean, one candidate, President Trump, puts us in a place where we're more divided than we've ever been. And there are stats on stats to show that. I don't have time to dive into it this week because I only have a couple minutes left. But next week, I'll get those stats for you guys. Okay. There are stats on stats. This notion of these far left extremists and these right wing bigoted, hateful, blah blah blah. We have let this stuff. We have taken the bait, y'all. We have let this stuff divide us so much to where if you walk in the room, here's the hook. If you walk in the room with the MAGA hat on, chances are you wore it out of pride and you wanted to evoke a certain response out of people, and then you get the response that you wanted. If you walk into the room with a support Joe Biden or support Kamala hat on, you might have worn it to say, well, this is just who I support and I want to put them out there. But you come against a MAGA person, y'all ready to throw blows. I'm driving in the state of Michigan, man, with my family, and I headed to do a family event. I'm in the state of Michigan and I see signs that say vote no, vote against Joe in the hole. Now listen, man, let me leave you with this. Again, what we're not gonna do is disrespect black women. That should be enough for any person of color to get your butt to them polls. We're not gonna let these people talk about our women and say Joe in the hole. That's what we're not gonna do. I don't care. I don't agree or disagree with that woman, agree or disagree with what she's done. There is no justification for disrespecting a black woman that way. All right. So I love y'all, man. Don't let this stuff divide. Don't let the season that we're in divide us. Do everything you can to hear somebody out if they're being respectful, and be respectful. You know, I see a lot of comments in the chat. Even some of these comments you typing in all caps, take them all caps off. Ain't nobody trying to watch them all cap typing. Why are you yelling at me? I'm right here. I can hear you. So try to come to the table with some objectivity, with the mind to listen, with the heart to listen. Okay. And again, if you on the fence, tune in tomorrow, because that's the debate that you need to watch. Next week, we'll have a full recap of that debate, and I'll have some other fun things to give you. And hopefully hopefully I'll be able to bring my wife in soon, man, because we have so much fun when we come on and chop it up. So I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in and kicking it with Kirk tonight. My time is up. I'm sorry, but I'll be back next week. Wear your mask. Be safe. Take this thing seriously. Live with as much wisdom as peace as you and peace as you can. I love y'all. See you next week. Peace.
We shut shit down!
At 5 o'clock on a Tuesday, nonetheless.
I'm saying happy motherfucking Tuesday. We out here. I will be whatever. Mic check. Mic check. I will be doing another march next week. Look for it. If you're not friends with me on Facebook, add me. My name is Amber Brown. I will be doing a march every week during the day. I want to be heard. I want your voices heard. If you have something to say, get on the megaphone. Don't be shy. We are all here for the same reason. We are all here for the same cause. Do not stand in the background. Come to the front. If you feel like you want to lead, lead. This is your opportunity. I love all of you all. Freeway!
Do not let the protest die, y'all.
Period.
Do not let it die. We gotta, hey, y'all, we gotta stay out here. We gotta stay disrupting the system. We gotta stay focused and we gotta stay unified. You know what I'm saying? It's strength in numbers. So if y'all can tell a friend to tell a friend, we need more. Hey, you know what I'm saying? So we can keep this going. Do not let this go away, y'all. We gotta keep protesting. What is it, 131 days? 132 days. So we gotta keep this going, y'all. We ain't stopping, man. That's all I want to say.
Keep
going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Yeah, after we're working some church mates, okay, keep going. With the fist on the back. Cause we ain't gonna stop.
At me. So after he drove off and he left, I was speaking to another coworker. They audio and videoed me. The next day I was taken off work for a whole year. Now, in that year they were threatening to fire me on a weekly basis. I was coming to meetings, they was constantly saying that all the rules and regulations I broke, but never once did they mention that the people that was filling out incident reports, some of them wasn't even there. They wasn't even there. And they let them fill out incident reports. Now you have 3 white men said something about a black man, he's taken off work immediately. The next day for a whole year. Now, I come back to work and that same person was calling my family and saying that he's going to get me fired. They said there was nothing they could do about it at King County. That's what they said. So, to this day, this guy is still doing little needles and little picks and stuff like that to this day. But then I come to find out, guess what? This guy was appointed by Dow Constantine for the EEOC, Affirmative Action Board. So he was on the hiring committee. Can you imagine that? A racist on a hiring committee for the county. A racist was on the hiring committee that was put in there by Dow Constantine. I'm just telling you. Now, this is what I'm asking you guys to do, is when this man come up again for election, you guys remember this. You remember this. You remember what this guy is doing. Okay? So when he got that burl cream in his hair and them little polyester suits and them ran over expensive shoes, that's all for show. Because real men from where I come from, they will address the issue. They will address the people who's trying to address them. You know what kind of man run from an interview. You know what kind of man runs from something. If you put it out there, he should be able to sit up there and listen to the results of what he put out there. But we already know what kind of man runs from that. And this is the man that you guys keep electing. Please don't elect him again. Please show how you feel next time this poll come up.
Dow's gotta go.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
Dow's gotta go. Dow's gotta go.
to a challenge. If he's lying about anything he said, prove it.
Right, prove it, right.
If he's not lying, then you need to explain this.
Right. Explain.
All right. Well, moving on, our next speaker is Helen Collier. Thank you. An author and former King County employee of 26 years. Well, I guess the best way to describe her is a survivor of King County. And she actually fought the county over conditions at the youth jail. So our next speaker, Helen Collier.
There's a saying in my black city that says, you need to inspect what you expect. Because, well, is it working? Yeah. All right. Now, are we on board?
Yeah.
All right.
Tell it like it is.
I was with King County for 26 years. Some of that time was on call, but we fought. They weren't used to the kind of fighting that I do. They were used to your fighting. The kind of fighting I do was when I was on call. Don Cruz put me in an area that I was not familiar with, you know. But you had to work, and wherever they put you, you had to go. So he said, "Don't worry about it." So once I got in that area, and next day I came to work, and this white woman had wrote all this awful thing about what I had done. And I said to her, in the log, like she wrote to me, I wasn't familiar with the unit, but slavery is over. If you see something that you think needs doing, you do it yourself. You don't confront me. So King County said, well, we got to get rid of her. We're not used to her talking like that. And I wrote them right on back and said to them, this woman has said in front of my race and her race that her uncle told her that niggas work. She worked down there with niggas. And I said, any woman brazen enough to say that in front of a black person's face, she gotta be a racist. So you better leave me the hell alone. So they never did mess with me after that. And then, I don't know how many of you know Willie Stowers? Oh, yeah. Willie Stowers was a fighter too, of the union. And he wanted me to, he wanted me to write for him because he said, I like the way you put your words. So they were having problems. We were having problems with the kids. They were coming out of the dorms, the doors were just no good. They just knock them down. And so we kept telling the county, no, you need to fix them. And so I wrote the first news article. They were not happy, but they accepted it. And then I wrote the second one, and they said, Willie, you're going to have to control Kaya. He said, nobody controls Kaya when she's writing. Because I said those kids had, the doors that they had got were so shabby that the kids took a piece of paper and folded it up and could use it and put it between the door and open the door. Brand new doors. They were not happy with me, and they shut down our paper, but they got better doors. And then, and he was so upset, he was so upset because I said, don't worry. I said, they shut us down, but we'll live to fight the devil another day. He said, she called me a devil. I said, that's the hell what you were. So now, let me explain something to you that you probably don't know. When we were fighting the county, Tim Hill, a Republican, was in office. Just like you talking about Don Trump's thing. He's in office now? Yeah. Well, Tim Hill was in office. That's right. And he took us to task. And we said, if you don't heed to our concerns, you and your party will not be in existence. Not for the county executive any longer. Oh, they turned his back, looked at me like I was the four of us like we were crazy, and our attorney. And he was out in 1994, and he hasn't, another Republican hasn't been in since. So let me explain something to you. You're not fighting one man. You're fighting the Democratic Party. And they're in trouble now. In deep trouble. They're in the reason Trump is in is because they're so complacent. And they don't take you serious. And they believe that they don't need you. They will prostitute you for your vote. And after they get through pimping you, they don't want to see you till it's time to vote again. And you better understand that. And until you understand that, you will be walking around begging. We didn't beg. We told them what we were going to do, and we did it. Of course, we had battles that we lost, but that's all in the game. What you have to know is that as a voter, they need you. And if they know that you will be on their butts and making sure that they do what they're supposed to do, we're not going to get Constantine, we're going to get all of you. We're going to go after the Democratic Party, period. Because you should be doing something to help the workers. We don't care about you building highways. We care about the workers you got out there building those highways and how you're treating them. We care about a man going into his locker and somebody putting feces in there. That's a problem. And you need to deal with it. If you don't want to deal with it, get out of office. All of you. And let somebody else take over. And that is exactly what needs to happen. Because we got Trump now because of the complacency of the people who are in office who take us for granted. And don't understand that we are learning. We may have not known before, but we are learning that our votes count. And if we have to get flyers all over the city, every time something comes up, we're going to tell them how you reacted. And for sure, instead of them giving us that little pamphlet telling us about what they're going to do for us, what we need to do is give them a pamphlet and tell them what we want them to do for us. Not them telling us. Because if you don't stand, and let me say, once you don't think about the party itself, you think about the people who are in the party. Because we had to sue the union. Sure did. They took us for granted. 4 women. Don't tell me that women can't get stuff done. Because when I wrote these 2 books, they're about women. Women who took on and made a difference and decided that, as my protagonist says, don't tell me that a white woman can't take on a massive injustice issue and deal with it. And that's exactly what we did. We took on issues and we decided that you can knock us down, but we getting back up. And when we get up, you won't be nowhere in sight. Because we may not want any Democrat, I may not want a Republican, but I don't want you either. That's right. So we don't want to have nobody if you're not going to treat us right. If you think you're going to get in their office and you're going to tell Constantine you don't have to deal with them, they ain't nobody, well, you not either. Because you have to depend on our vote to get you in there. And if you don't do what we need you to do, then we don't want you. And be sure, this is my first book of the unexpected. And I've been damned if that book is not unexpected. Because I didn't plan for it to go the way it did. But that white woman worked her magic. And this one, the same woman. But she got with some sisters and they took them down. And that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to be able to get out there, get those flyers, put them in different places. Let them know the people who are not doing what they're supposed to do. when they come up next time, other people other than yourselves will see what's going on, will know what you're going through, and they will understand when you're out here what you're doing and what it's all about. All right.
I'm all in. And if you'll be all in with me, we'll be all in together. And eventually, they won't just listen, they will comply, because we're not asking for anything extraordinary. Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Alright guys, I guess that concludes the peak in art for police accountability. Oh Lord. And
Is that even necessary though?
Hold up y'all.
You don't gotta keep that.
How do I get out of here? Okay, there. It wouldn't be a motherfucking rally if Aleister Crowley didn't show up with this damn hate-filled bullshit. That's how you know they racist though, because it's not even about politics.
Exactly.
It's racism. They're desperate.
They're so desperate for attention. This is nothing to do with politics.
Not surprised that we just see Trump supporters.
What are you talking about? I think that was a moment where I was just like, huh? Wait, you talking about me?
God.
Because they bring out their PR quotes, and that's not good enough. So anyway, I'm here in solidarity. My members are here in solidarity. You know, we just need to keep fighting because we can't roll over. We've got to fight back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Our next speaker is Juan Hood.
5X-ray 221079.
He's got 24 years with Metro Transit, works in the facilities department as a shop custodian, and he's also an ATU 587 shop steward. Juan?
5793, 10-4 new stop.
10-4.
1655.
Hi, since you already said my name and introduced me, I'm going to take a couple of minutes and just try to add to what's going on here. We have so many issues happening, getting thrown at us all at one time, day after day. We have so many issues happening, getting thrown at us all at one time, day after day. As a shop steward, I have to admit that I'm tired. And I'm sure everyone else here is tired. People outside, we're tired of the nepotism, the racism, the unfairness, the injustice of just trying to move up. The glass ceiling that's there every day, that you come into your workforce, your workplace, to do as they say, honest day's work, honest day's pay. But while you're trying to move up, our management from the top down, from Dow on down, there's a disconnect. There's just they don't care. They're on the mountaintop. We're down here. We're the ground workers. There's so much that we do that keeps this city going, keeps this state moving. For all of us, union workers, city workers, every one of what we're doing. I've got a short story to tell is that not long ago, four years ago or so, and leading to now, we had to deal with my department. Since we're custodians, we're considered on the low end of things. And the drivers, yay to the drivers, because you guys are like the top guns. It's like no one really hears us too much. We're the low ants. but we're behind the scenes cleaning all the crap and doing all that. And this management team that we have under Dow, under Terry White, under Aude Franklin, under so many others, only care about the bottom line. When this virus hit us, initially when we really got slammed, not that we're not getting still slammed day in, day out, but when the tunnel underneath us practically came to a stop, they had meetings on whether or not to just be rid of us, because there were those of us that went home to protect ourselves, to protect our family members. Some did get sick. No one took us seriously that this is a problem until some of their own management were sick. People on bases, and some of you know, we're being contacted, being told there's an issue, but you didn't know what. And they were sending clean crews that were still learning how to take care of the situation. Those crews even now are still learning what to do and how to go about it. And with our PPEs and other things that we need, we're still not getting the full supplies of those. We're still running short. Now, there's that issue there that's ongoing. There's management of like the Anita Winfield situations and things where you're coming into issues with harassment, trying to move up, trying to progress. But they already have people in place. So when they say, here's an open position, here's an SDA, we're going to do an interview. Well, that's bogus, because they already have those people handpicked. They've already promised those people their positions already. So how can you fairly move up? How can you fairly do anything if you're not one of the so-called chosen ones that say yes and go along, which is what they want. So for myself and for you out here, I'm here to fight with you. God bless us, God help us. Stay together, stay strong, and that's for me for the moment.
Our next speaker is Leonard Richard, a veteran King County employee in the Solid Waste Division. Leonard?
Hello. I've been working with solid waste for going on 20 years, and it's like issues all over in our department. When the pandemic first hit, I mean, nobody knew how to deal with the situation at hand, and I was considered as an essential employee, so we had to go to work regardless of the situation. And they had like 3 employees had got tested positive. The county sent the cleaning crew a week after the fact, didn't disclose who was affected, which wasn't right. And you know, I'm asking Pat McLaughlin, the director of solid waste, they didn't tell anybody nothing, trying to keep it hush-hush, but I felt like it was creating a hostile environment in, you know, workplace. And like I told them, I got a family. I'm not trying to jeopardize my family by you guys being closed mouth on the situation. But they continue to have nepotism. They got 2 brothers they hired. They hired 2 white females and a special waste screen cleaner making $45 an hour, 0 experience. I applied for it last year and they told me I wasn't qualified. So, I mean, what's really going on? But we got to stand as one, and together with numbers you can make a difference. But from the top, you got to start from the top. Like you said, when you get the opportunity to vote, you got to vote them out if they're not working for the people. No need for to have them behind the desk. I mean, we are expendable, so they don't care about nobody. So I mean, it's kind of hard to, I go to work tomorrow, it's kind of hard going to do a job and, 20 years and they still don't respect you, so I'm to the point where we got to take more action. 2 years ago, I took Kane County to court for discrimination. I didn't win, but it was the principle, we all are equal. And the county, one thing the county have, resources, lawyers, they could beat anything. So, we got a lot of work to do to beat the devil, So, thank you guys for listening. Appreciate that.
That's right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Weller, a member of Radical Women and the Freedom Socialist Party. Welcome, Adrian.
Hi, I'm so glad to see everybody here tonight. I'm a retired member of AFSCME, and I fought in my workplace for fair treatment. Hooray for you, for the courageous unionists in Metro and Organized Workers for Labor Solidarity, OWLS, for fighting against racism and bigotry. This fight has the force of being led by black workers and women in a united multiracial campaign. This is key. When we come together across race and gender lines in leadership and rank and file, we are powerful. Unions are underestimated. They have tremendous strength when turned on uncaring bosses. It is important you have united Metro management and King County down.
Not doing that no more. We got to stand for something. If not, we'll fall for anything. It's so much of stuff that's happening right here in our city. It just got me just messed up. I'm talking about all these shootings that's going on in our city. And you know what's making it so crazy? We see what's happening, we see what's going on, but when it happens, everybody runs in a freaking house because the police come. And then we want to blame it on the police because stuff ain't none done.
Come on. Go ahead. Come on, brother.
Come on, man. When you see someone doing something wrong, when you see that young black man or that young black girl doing something wrong, you got to go step to them. You got to go let them know what's going on. Something is going on with that young black brother. Something is going on with that young black girl. That she's not getting it at home.
Come on. That's right.
She ain't getting it at home. So it takes a village. It takes every last one of us right now need to start something. I see it not every day, every other day now. We are
Organized labor needs to follow your example and call out the twin parties of capitalism, Republicans and Democrats. Democrat Constantine, even during this election season, refuses to recognize and support your rights and demands. Instead, he is stripping your rights away. Unions and workers need to join with Black Lives Matter activists to fight racism, bigotry, and violence on all levels, from the bosses to the cops. We need a party that represents workers. A party unafraid of the words socialism and feminism. We need a labor party representing workers. And we need a different system. Socialist incentives that would put workers in charge to run society, democratic, for the benefit of the majority of us. Thank you. Can you hear me a little bit?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to come down here. My name is Kevin Allen. I'm a member of the Washington Federation of State Employees, Local 843. We are the union that provides the social safety net. You see us in the welfare office, the children's services, child protective services, benefit determinations. So we are in fact the social safety net. But more so, at this event, as a proud member of ours, I want to speak on behalf of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists Puget Sound chapter. And we want to first of all stand in solidarity with ATU 87 and all those workers who have been treated badly through Metro, King County, and in particular under the leadership of Dow Constantine. What thing came to my mind listening to that goes for Dow Constantine, that goes for the public, and I'm thankful for Al for broadcasting. So if you don't know about the situation, now you know. It's been publicized, this campaign's been going on for several months. So when you talk to folks and say, if you don't know, now you know. And when you do know, there's another phrase that says, when you know better, you do better. I've heard it explained a couple times here today. We know better, we're going to do better. We know about the situation, we're going to change. We saw what happened in 2016. Shame on us if it happens again. We're going to do better. And that applies all the way from our national offices down to our county and our local offices, even down to our workplaces. Because we know we have the power, we can do better with the power that we have. Now we know about the vote, we can do better with the vote that we have. Now we know about the situation, not only we can do better, we can tell people. Because last but not least, in a county that's named after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., one of his most profound statements, he even exited from the Birmingham jail. It's not the atrocities of the evil. It's the silence of those who are supposed to be the good folk, the allies. A lot of times they say, I just didn't know. So I'm thankful for this opportunity that we can let you know. So now you know, and now we can do better. Thank you for this opportunity.
Would be a kind of a problem. Wow, that is interesting. So let me put out the link to this one, the DHS one on the EMP attack, and this is what this definitely has nothing to do with like R versus D. It's not partisan. It's not even political. This is national security. That's what it is. NatSec. The survival of our country has nothing to do with politics and everything to do with national security. That's what this is. And so with the latest of these guys going into quarantine, I would not be surprised if they are going to the command center that we talked about that is right by Camp David, the so-called underground Pentagon. That would make sense. And these are good guys, by the way. These are good guys. So this tells you they're prepping for something. I don't believe these guys are sick at all. And I believe they have access to the finest medical care because they have to preserve chain of command. Right? All right, so now continuing on here, we had the Michelle Malkin thread here about big tech. We don't have to go through the whole thing, but I think that was just a nod, though, about what we were talking about. That this man gave up everything to do this, and that this is, what if China was given control, knowing what we know? I mean, could you imagine how close did we come to losing this country? What if the military remained financially starved? Well, you saw what we talked about. They had nothing. When he came in, they did not even have a space force, for crying out loud. But Russia and China have space-based weaponry, more sophisticated hypersonic missiles aimed at our country. They have them on nuclear submarines, by the way. Hypersonic missiles. They're over by Venezuela right now that can hit the U.S. in under a second. They're hypersonic nuclear missiles. They launched them off submarines, and the Chinese submarines have been spotted by Venezuela, right by our country. That's our side of the hemisphere. This is why I say we already are at war with China. It's not like an if. This is a silent war, but this is a huge deal. Hypersonic missiles pointed at our country that can reach the continental U.S. in under a second, while they also have space-based weapons, directed energy pointing down at us. Come on. This is insane. They could do an EMP attack on us while they're doing the pandemic. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if she got in and we didn't even have a space force? We wouldn't exist right now. Okay, so, and this is why they're so desperate to get rid of him. This also explains a lot of what happened with the Chinese consulates here, why all of this is why they have the country shut down, by the way, right now, is to decouple us from China, right? Because our supply chain was so dependent on China. Our medical supply chain, good Lord, what these people did is criminal. It's treasonous. It's absolutely treasonous. And if you don't think China has taken over the UN, you're not paying attention. And the New York Times today said, oh, we need international intervention in America. We need the UN to step in. They also said, oh, we just have to accept that Hong Kong is China now, and then it'll be Taiwan as China when they take them. Then it'll be the South China Sea. We just have to accept that's China now. Belt and Road, China, Russia, Iran, all of them. They're all signed on to it, including the EU, our so-called NATO allies.
Yeah, well, I think I told you it was Nunez, I want to say, about, let's just say 2-3 weeks ago. He mentioned Belt and Road, that or Pompeo, one of the two. Either one of them seems like they could have said that.
Yep.
That and dealing with the EU. So yeah, they're fully aware.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to roll it out a little bit in pieces, which I don't know. At this point, people need to be hit on upon the head with this stuff. It's just, it's too dire.
It really is too dire. I mean,
it's time for blunt and direct time, team.
That's right. but we are fighting it. It's interesting. It's almost like they listen, you know, the things that we talk about and cover here. That makes me feel like my hard work isn't for nothing. Okay. I've only been screaming about China for like 2 years now. But then there was that speech that Mike Pence gave at the Heritage Foundation where he said something that was almost like word for word something I had said in my show. And I was like, oh, that's good. So, you know, this is fantastic. I'm glad that they're doing that. And just to remind people about, let me see. I know I've written about some of this stuff on our website. Let's see, is this it? This is a recent one from the War Zone, how China's ballistic missile and nuclear arsenal is ballooning, according to the Pentagon. Again, September 2020. Right? The same day they were talking about EMP. Beyond rapidly growing its ballistic missile force, the report says China could double its nuclear stockpile in the coming years. Well, you know, it's really nice that Hillary gave all of our uranium to Russia. Isn't that fantastic? The Pentagon offers an updated public assessment of China's ballistic missile arsenal, which shows a notable increase in the size and scope of its capabilities. You're darn right. It warned the People's Liberation Army is continuing to make strides in a variety of important and advanced technologies, including, but certainly not limited to, hypersonic weapons. What did I just talk about? AI.
Hey, I don't know. If I can figure this out, other people can figure it out. So I figured this is not classified, right? You think? Think about how fast a nuclear reaction is, and think about if they could channel that into a low yield, like not as a multi-megaton, the way we think of like the weapons of the black and white photography, or you know what I'm talking about with the old testing from the Manhattan Project.
Oh,
but just thinking of that and thinking about how can you possibly have that fast of a missile if it was powered by some kind of a controlled nuclear explosion through some kind of nozzle?
Yeah.
Then that could explain how fast it could go that fast.
Oh my God! Right.
And why you might need some uranium at some point.
Yeah. Wow. So this is highly disturbing. Okay. They also have the anti-ship ballistic missile test in the South China Sea. Why that's a big deal. I mean, this stuff, my God, AI, cyber warfare, counter space systems, air defenses, the construction of large capital ships and advanced submarines. This is China's nuclear arsenal. But, let's just call them a freaking developing nation. Seriously? A developing nation? Unbelievable. Absolutely absurd. I hope the team makes a post about that so that people understand what they're talking about and why this is so important, right? This stuff is insane. It's insane. Okay, let's see. Is this the other one I was thinking of?
All right. Yes. Now, what other life and death doomsday are we talking about here? Because this is like how it is so time for blunt and direct time. I'm telling you, you got me worked up.
Yeah, Beijing showcased an interballistic missile capable of reaching the U.S. in 30 minutes. That is from Beijing. Not even talking about what they have on submarines that they could position in Venezuela, where we know that they are. Wow, China's military, this was October 2019, has shown off a new hypersonic ballistic nuclear missile believed capable of breaching all existing anti-missile shields deployed to the U.S. and its allies. This is why they're getting Iron Dome technology from Israel. Israel's been reluctant to give that to us, but they just gave us the first battery for the Iron Dome. They didn't want to give, we paid for the Iron Dome. Does anybody know that? We paid for that. For Israel's Iron Dome, we paid for that, and they didn't want to give us that technology. Well, Pompeo went over there and talked to them, and we just got the first battery for the Iron Dome contract signed, I think just last week. So that's good. Pompeo, I think, is on top of things.
That explains all the attacks recently. Remember when they were attacking him for being over there and like using resources inappropriately for the because of the what was it? It was right during the RNC.
Yep.
He was over there.
Yes, he was. He absolutely was. And that also should tell you something. The fact that he was over there at that time. Interesting, right? Now, this one is interesting because of what it's called. Red Storm Rising. The Indo-PACOM China military projection. Look at this. Unbelievable. This is 2025 projected. This would be the United States. Look at China, how much more they have than we do. Good Lord. Look at this. Do you understand how depleted we were compared to them? This is disgusting. And this is projected for 2025. You know, it makes me sick. This is Red Storm Rising. By the way, this was just from September 15th, 2020, less than a month ago.
Look at the author's name. It just made me giggle. I'm sure it's not the same people, but check out the author's name.
Hans
Christenstein. I thought it said Krasenstein. I was like, oh.
Oh, my word. Could you imagine? So here we've got region of consequence. This shows you how much they had an advantage over us, right? And continuing what that will look like. As we know that they are working with, this was 1999. This also, by the way, shows you the treason. I hope that the team posts a link to this because people need to see this. This shows you in 1999, we were ahead. We were leading. And then Hillary Clinton's husband started giving everything to China. This is current. It's not even close. Look at this. Missile defense. We have two little rinky-dink things here. And look at what they have. Good Lord. ICBM, IRBM, MRBM, SRBM. Unbelievable. Then this is projected. Look at their air. 5th generation. By the way, they've got double what we have. More than double. But for 5th gen, it's like double. But look at this. This is... Do you see why they've got all of this covered too in red as a big red wave? This is insanity. China Global Influence Map. Think Belt and Road. They're all up in South America and Venezuela and Cuba. All over Australia. They're trying to get into Antarctica. They're already in Canada. I hope that this will be updated to reflect that. Good Lord. Unbelievably disturbing on so many levels. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command recently gave a briefing about the challenges the command sees in the region. The briefing says China is the greatest threat to global order and stability. You're damn right. And presents a set of maps that portray a massive Chinese military buildup and very little U.S. capability and no allied capability at all, because every single one of them has signed on to Belt and Road. With its weapons icons in red haze spreading across the Pacific, the maps resemble a new version of the Cold War classic Red Storm Rising. You're damn right. They claim, oh, it's not as bad as they're portraying it. Oh, really? Oh, really? I'm pretty sure it is. I've studied this crap. I've been paying attention. I will put out the link for this so that you guys can see this for yourself. Unbelievable. It's frustrating because it's like you've got Joe Biden going, come on, man, China's not going to eat our lunch. Like, what? Are you out of your damn mind? Are you even paying attention? Good Lord, if he gets in.
Why do you think they had to prime everybody to the whole socialism thing and the whole communism thing? Because they were just getting, putting the rugs out and everything and getting ready for them to come in and roll the welcome mat out.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God, this stuff makes me sick. It really does. It sickens me because it's like, it's
life and death and actual consequential, like multi-generational issues and why we're all fighting so hard.
Yep, exactly. Oh my word. And so this is why I make a big deal out of this stuff and why I talk about it a lot. Interesting. Okay, so Matt Taibbi is talking about the ban of the team, and so is the World Socialist website. They're even saying that this is censorship. Wow, that's surprising. The socialists don't want, apparently the World Socialist website doesn't want the team to be censored because they think they're going to be next, basically. And they wouldn't be wrong, by the way. And they're the ones, too, that have been documenting the CIA running for office. Remember, they did that 3-part series of like all the CIA Democrats running for office? That was surprising. So, now this is a thread from Michelle Malkin, who is the Center for Tech and Civic Life, and why the Justice Department needs to investigate and stop them now. This week's Sovereign Nation delved into Center for Tech and Civil Life. Oh, technology to modernize the American voting experience. Alarming election meddling and targeted grants in battleground states. Unreal.
Wait a minute, what was that first part you said? You said it was what?
Check
the
this
election
out.
Experience?
Yeah, look what it says. To modernize the American voting experience, election tools, trusted info. And so they're essentially meddling in the election, giving grants in battleground states.
Well, I have to say, I'm sorry. I think they've already perfected the election experience. I don't know why they need to, what are they like what is it going to be like? You're walking into walking around a mall and they're offering like free samples of food or whatever. What can they possibly do to the election experience besides just
steal it?
Be correct.
Exactly.
That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for amenities and other things and passes to whatever, or here, let me give you a couple $100 and then I'll cast your absentee ballot for you.
Right?
We don't need any of that. We already have this thing down.
Yeah, we certainly don't need their so-called help. I'm telling you, this stuff drives me crazy. This is the group. They're obviously a left-wing donors and activists. Okay, Michelle exposing several left-wing groups and their donors and their plans to meddle in the elections. Oh, no surprise there, huh? Oh boy, POTUS looks like he's been retweeting Paul Sperry. Pretty cool. Whoa. Interesting. And he's talking about Crazy Nancy and the radical left Democrats were just playing games, quote unquote, with the desperately needed worker stimulus payments. They just wanted to take care of a Democrat-failed high crime cities and states. They were never in it to help the workers, and they never will be. Exactly. Okay, so continuing here. A galaxy of left-wing groups are audaciously implementing the plan under the guise of protecting the elections. Yeah, right. protecting the elections. One of them is the Center for Tech and Civil Life.
The election fraud deniers hard at work.
So it turns out there's almost no fraud at the polls. If you think about it,
oh, listen to this gaslighter.
Really hard to turn an election by having people show up and vote twice. You need a lot of people to do that and get away with it. It just isn't really a problem.
Donald Trump. No, that stuff, that kind of thing doesn't happen. I mean, hello, it's just nothing to worry about.
His enablers have been making claims of widespread voter fraud, alleging that millions of people are voting illegally in order to rig our elections. Baloney.
Baloney. Dead people have been voting for Democrats since 19th century Tammany Hall.
Exactly, right? Hello. Good Lord. I love Michelle Malkin, by the way. She is always spot on.
And it's always sad because you see these people like that Robert Reich dude. I liked his documentaries. I thought they were a little bit kind of eye-opening for the normie, right? Mm-hmm. And and of course there you go. We've learned all about these people. The kind of what they call it, was it gatekeeper or is it like the little safety nets? Here you learn that you learn that cool thing, but we're just going to keep you right there.
Wow. Stephen Miller has tested positive for COVID. Oh boy. That's not good. Son of a gun. I wonder when that just was announced. So this is weird. It does seem like
how many Democrats have been recently? That's so weird. It's so weird. Did they all go down? Did they all go down to Chinatown together? And I'm using that metaphorically.
Right? Oh my word.
Come on down to Chinatown. It's fine.
It's fine. We have nothing to worry about. Don't be a xenophobe and bigot.
Yeah, why do you think there wasn't one but two different people telling people it was okay to be in Chinatown right before everything hit? And we didn't even really know where things were really, it's too much foreshadowing for them. That's just they're so lame in their old game. They're losing their touch.
She wanted
they're
people
losing
to
their
get
touch.
sick.
Yep, they're losing their touch. They can't telegraph anything anymore without us picking up.
That's right. I am just, I'm so upset with these people, these criminals. They need to be in prison, quite frankly, after what they did to our country. It's sickening. It's sickening, especially after all we covered today. And you understand now how serious and grave the threat is. And it has nothing to do with partisan politics, left or right. It's literally national security and our survival. Data. Hello, CTCL, Center for Tech and Civic Life, is based in Chicago. Oh, where Bathhouse Berry hails from. And it was founded in 2012. It has showered more than 6 million this year on the 5 largest cities and the crucial swing states of Wisconsin, where Trump won with less than 1% margin of victory. So they're gaming this crap out, guys. As Vicki McKenna and I discussed on Malkin Live last week, CTCL grant recipient Madison, Wisconsin held blatantly illegal ballot harvesting events the past 2 weekends in public parks, gathering ballots in unsecured canvas bags. Tote bags. What the hell? Does anyone have a problem with tote bags full of absentee ballots being carted off in white vans via a Biden-promoted scheme in Madison, Wisconsin that has received $2 million in quote-unquote election integrity grants from an Obama-Zuckerberg-tied group? Look at this.
Building. That's the municipal building. I kid you not. You can walk into the clerk's office and you can get your absentee ballot and vote, but you got to do it 2 weeks before Election Day, not today. That guy's sitting out in front of the city of Madison's municipal building and nobody cares.
Unbelievable. CTCL fielded over 1,100 applications nationwide for purported COVID response grant program to provide funding to U.S. local election offices to help ensure they have the critical resources they need to serve every voter. Look at this. What the hell? That's insane. Their staff have zero public health expertise, and there's nothing nonpartisan about them. COVID is a ruse for election meddling on behalf of Biden and Democrat strongholds in battleground states.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Hey, yeah, we're going to send people. Just make sure you have enough staff. But these people don't worry what they're going to do.
Good Lord, this is so sickening.
They'll just be there in the background doing background stuff.
Yeah, nothing to see here. The director, Tiana Epps Johnson, is a vocal Trump hater and former Obama Foundation fellow. But there's no such thing as a deep state. That's a conspiracy theory.
Come on, next you're going to tell me it's like Ben Rhodes is in there or something. Slumming it as a volunteer at the municipal courthouse.
Right? She also worked for far-left New Organizing Institute and Soros-funded Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. Oh, look at her. How nice. Who's funding the CTCL $250 million from Chan Zuckerberg initiative? Oh, his Chinese wife. How nice. For starters, to hire and train pool workers. Oh, look, is Priscilla Chan a Chinese agent? Why does Zuck have what is it called? An escape hatch in his damn building? What would he need that for? Isn't that strange? The CTCL corporate partners, Trump-hating, conservative deplatforming Google and YouTube. Also Facebook, Rock the Vote, Knight Foundation, Rockefeller Brothers Fund, eBay founder and never Trumper Piero Migliar's Democracy Fund. Wow, would you look at that? Oh, how nice. Totally nonpartisan, guys. Activist Jay Stone filed complaints in Wisconsin with FEC, blowing the whistle on how the CTCL is abusing their nonprofit privilege to grant money to heavily Dem cities and counties, with focus on Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Pay attention to Obama involvement. Look at this. What the F? This is insane. Obama is trying to still run things. Good Lord. Yes, Ron says Zuck married a CCP honeypot. Absolutely. He was trying to get Facebook into China. They still won't let him in. So how dumb is he? He married the honeypot and he still didn't even get Facebook allowed in communist China. But I'm sure he gave them some kind of proprietary technology that, they just put under a new name. Now let's turn to CTCL grant recipient Philadelphia, which raked in $10 million. Alert GOP state senators have filed to stop the illegal public-private partnership to inflate Dem turnout by exploiting COVID. No surprise there.
And I've gone into those situations to listen to their voices, to kind of try to counter the influence of not having black men throughout my life. So when you ask what I've done before this, I haven't reached out to the black community specifically. That's something that I've been insulated against. That's something that the perspective of my father kind of was very much, I grew up in the Bay Area. He was like, we don't go to Oakland. It's not safe in Oakland. Don't drive on the freeway through Oakland.
So when you say that,
yeah.
So you agree with me when I say we need to have more education, right?
Yeah, that's such a huge part of what we do as a community.
Yeah. We need to understand.
Is we engage in these education, and because we are centered around elevating black lives, there's all of these black voices that are here and educated already and have participated in the system, in the white system, even as it is against them to gain this education by my standards, by your standards, by his standards, by everybody. And they've come with all of this experience and knowledge and have spoken to us about where we need to help and what we need to learn.
So, so let me ask you another question. So
I mean, I'm not going to fucking tokenize like my friends. That's fucked up.
Are you going to continue to help the black community?
Absolutely.
Are you going to continue helping black people?
Absolutely.
Because I feel
and not only am I going to do that, but I'm going to
personally-
actively research into how to help communities that I interact with
Because I
less.
personally feel offended that people would just jump on this because it's something cool to do, right? Because I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood.
Yeah.
I know what it is to be poor. I know people that were dirt poor, right? I know I've been called all kind of racist and derogatory things, right? Mostly in Seattle. Most of my life I hadn't been called stuff, but I came to Seattle thinking that it was the most progressive place.
Yeah.
But somehow I got, you know, anyhow, we don't need to get into that, right? But at the same time, like I feel like the department has done so much to stop that kind of stuff, and and we still work on it, right? We're still working on it, right? You need to do some research, and if you want to find out more information, the department's open, right?
Yeah.
We do bias training. I even had a. We even
I
had
mean,
to,
I gotta
we even
say, I
all
would
had-
not
let me
describe
finish.
the department
we even
as
all
open.
had. We even all had to go to the Jewish Museum. And
You
take
had to
8
go
hour-
to the Jewish Museum?
And we had to. It was mandatory.
Oh, I'm
right?
sorry you had to do that. That
No,
sounds...
we had to. It was mandatory.
Yeah?
Right? And the reason why they did that is because they wanted us to learn about different people and different cultures.
I feel like
so if
forcing
you go-
police officers to go to the Jewish History Museum really does not actually do anything to inspire confidence in me as a Jewish person in SPD in Seattle.
but let me
that
finish.
you actually
Let me
know
finish.
what my
Let me
community
finish.
needs.
Let me finish. All right?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason they did that is for us to understand and to respect the culture, know the history that they've been through, know things to say, not what to say, right? How
Okay.
to be respectful, right? And I was glad that I got that education, right? I mean, I lived in New York. There's huge Jewish communities in New York, right? But I don't know everything. I know some things, right? So I think education is powerful, right? Like you said, your dad taught you don't go over there because it's bad, right? Kind of inciting that black people is bad, right? And you just realized that just today, what he was doing.
I would not say today, sir, but I mean,
But you
I
understand where I'm
where you're
coming
going
from,
at.
right?
But I would also say that if my school made me go to the African Heritage Museum in the area, that would not equip me to come to you and serve your community in the way that would be best for you.
What do you mean?
I mean, do you feel like if a white person goes to a heritage museum, an African heritage museum, a black heritage museum, they are then going to know enough to not be a problem for you?
They don't.
It's
They
the
don't
same
know
thing.
enough. It's a learning process, and you continue to learn as you go.
So SPD isn't doing enough by making you go to the Heritage Museum of my people. There needs to be more going on here. And if SPD is not going to do it, you need to equip yourself. You're not thinking about this stuff when you're not at work. I need you to think about this stuff.
So therefore, part of the reason that I think Tuk and I got hired is because Tuk, there's a huge Vietnamese community here, right? And they always call for a Vietnamese speaking person. He knows the culture. That's why he shows up, right? Because sometimes they're not always able to communicate and say what is really going on, right? So he jumps in and he's helpful in doing that, right? Same thing with me, right? Sometimes, like for example, you know, Tommy might not know to go into a black home, African American home, and know how to talk to the kids, talk to the parents, and make them feel safe.
Yeah.
That's why I come in, right? So you see how we work in unison together, right? I've been to Shirley Lyon's home a bunch of times, right? I knew she was mentally ill. She should have been in an institution. She shouldn't have been let out, right? It's unfortunate that she got shot. And I felt bad. I felt like the system failed her, right?
Murdered her.
So as a major participant in that system, what are you doing to fix that system?
What do you mean what I'm doing?
Well, if you've identified this problem, what are you doing to fix it?
It's a King County mental health problem. That's not my problem. I respond.
I mean, you're here to serve and protect the community. You said you wanted to help people, and you've
And to
identified
advocate.
this
We
issue.
do.
And you're not ready to rise to it.
We sent her to the hospital many times with mental health referral.
And he just identified that he doesn't believe that system is equipped to handle her needs.
That will be the issue. That's completely out of control. That's the problem. The mental health issue might need something to do with that, because we have sent her so many times to the hospital with mental health referral. We asking people, help this woman, but they keep letting her out. They did nothing for her. That system failed. We have did everything within our power, within anything that they allow our police force to do, which is send her to the hospital. There's nothing else we could do after that. That's when somebody else take over that role and help that woman, and clearly something did not happen over there. Completely out of control.
We're first responders.
We are first.
We just do the first. We just do the first, make scenes safe, so that they could come in and do their job. But obviously somebody didn't do their job, right? Because she shouldn't have been out that early. She should have been in, making sure she's taking her meds. Her kids wasn't even supposed to be in her possession, right? Her sister was supposed to be taking care of her kids, right? But all that failed her.
Recognize when you say these things like this victim shouldn't have been doing this thing, or this victim shouldn't have had her kids or whatever. As an officer in uniform, it can come across as a justification. So, you are aware of that?
Aware of
Because I feel like a lot of officers, when they're trying to interact with the community, are like, when you say Charlene Lyles shouldn't have had her kid in the context of the police shooting her, as a police officer, it can very much sound like you're saying if she hadn't had her kids, the cops wouldn't have shot her, and that was the problem, that she had her kids.
No, it wasn't. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just trying to say
it
sounds like that.
That's not what I'm saying.
It sounds to a lot of us like that.
What I'm saying is,
as you're engaging with the community and trying to serve and help us,
if she had mental health issues and the system that was put in place to help her did not, it failed her, right?
That would happen.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree that our mental health systems in King County and the nation at large are not equipped to handle the people's needs. But the people who are supposed to be here to serve and help us.
Let me tell you an honest opinion, right? That what goes under the. I'll change the subject for a second.
I mean, can I finish what I was saying on this topic before you?
Here in Seattle, because of the training
we
that we
definitely do have those controversies.
Name me some.
Can we
name me some?
Fucking John T. Williams, sir.
John T.
Nice.
That's what we can call it from now on, guys. Refer to those as Brennan's bitch notes.
Well, we were speculating earlier today. We saw a few things in, let's just say, the tea leaves that were pointing towards Strzok, Brennan, Lisa Page, and not necessarily Mueller in particular, but just the special counsel. And we were musing whether or not the referenced text messages that were explicitly calling for harm against a particular family.
Yep.
And so I'm wondering if that could be one of the things that might come out, because I think that might be something that it doesn't matter what side you're on. People are investigating you and they're doing that. And that's just like,
no, that would be something that would unite the country. Everybody would condemn that, and it would blow the Obama and Biden campaign out of the water. If people saw that thing being discussed, potential assassination, they think right back to John F. Kennedy, and they would say, never again. Hell no. How dare they even suggest it?
And and that is absolute pure speculation on my part. I want to make sure that's absolutely clear. I just know that there is a particular post by the team that does reference such a thing that might exist.
That's right. In fact, let me bring that up if I can find it. I don't remember what number it was, but let's see.
I got hella bills, but I got good health. Woo! I'm saying 3 Leonard Peltier. Sometimes 3 Leonard Peltier. 3 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 Peltier.
rock, huh? That was a treaty song. That was a song that was marked. They marked their marks on treaties with thumbprints and swindled our chiefs. And then we marked our mark in heaven on earth with that song. On our treaties, even a blade of grass has something to say. As far as today is a solution and a problem to all of these things, please remember the prayer walk, the Situnka Memorial Ride, the Bigfoot Ride, and the runners that walk from Wounded Knee to Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, No KXL. That is a sacred site. That is a sacred prayer site. Many generations have walked that, and that's the very sacred site that these kids and the people, us who survived the Wounded Knee Massacre, we walked that trail. And our creator up there said you could walk today. And so we're here, and I'm very happy to take a breath with each and every one of you. No KXL.
Yeah.
No KXL.
Here, it's better this way.
No KXL, okay? And whoever's watching, all my feds, Smitty Country, and all you ones who are watching here, you know the truth, the Creator sees everything. Continue to corner yourself in the World Wide Web by choosing this corner and these frivolous devices. At the end of the day, your moccasins and your boots should be on the ground, planting trees, improving this land. And don't forget, we fed Thanksgiving not to watch you guys open up to your civilians, because we want that Hotchkiss gun, because we want to go up into world court, and we want to tell them. We want our men to stand up there with the war bonnet, with the staff, and we want Peltier free. We want that Hotchkiss gun. We want the patent of that gun, and we want that Queen of England, and we want that China to stop that nuclear bomb. Who do you think you are? We women, we Lakota women, we never signed treaties with the United States government, and I would like to challenge the Queen of England in the name of Jesus Christ. Take your birth certificates back, because in forfeit it has epically failed. Epically failed. Free all political prisoners.
In a neighborhood where the cops didn't come.
Yeah.
Right?
We're not telling him what to do. You don't know what the fuck
you're
this
privileged,
is.
right?
Yeah,
because you're
that's what I'm
privileged and
saying.
you don't have to, right? I live in a black neighborhood, and when people have economic challenges, they fight each other.
The fact it didn't change
right?
the subject.
Right?
Okay.
So you need
I mean, I don't know
somebody
about that, but
you need
I'll-
somebody to protect those people that get.
Well, then why are you in
infringed upon.
Ballard?
Huh?
Why are you in Ballard?
This was a sign.
You what?
This is
I
what
was
we
assigned here.
us. We were told work here, and so call 911 call came out. This
I feel like
And don't let us put our teepees up in your backyard, okay? We're still praying for your leadership. That's yours, not ours. We got our grandfathers up there, okay? But we pray for you. And if any of you want to challenge about conquering our nation,
Let's put it this way, right?
I know, because we participated.
Hold on. I try to understand y'all, but y'all not making me understand y'all. All right? I've been forthcoming with y'all. I've been honest with y'all.
I mean, I told you about my dad. I feel like I've been forthcoming
I've been forthcoming with y'all. I've been honest with y'all. I've been open-minded to hear.
Yeah,
what your
exactly,
ideas
handsome,
are. I've been
handsome.
open-minded, but I feel like y'all just have this one-track way of thinking.
I mean,
can't
like, is
think-
it one track to say that people need basic human resources so that crime isn't their last resort?
Okay, have you been down in the African American community and asked them exactly what they want? Have you been there?
I've been listening to Black Voices for a minute now, and you know their asks are pretty clear and they're pretty basic.
I'm not talking
and
about the CHOP or people that go to the CHOP. I'm talking about legit.
What about the
I'm not going to
African
go-
Heritage Museum in
What?
The guy, what's his what's
my
the
God.
park with the guitar guy, the famous one?
Oh, Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix Park, African Heritage Museum in Jimi Hendrix Park.
Not museum.
We went down
Actual
there,
go and talk to people.
so that one doesn't count either.
So it doesn't. It doesn't.
No, I mean, there's a bunch of people down there. There's elders in the black community down there. There's all sorts of people. There's art shows down there all the time. There's like, they did a drive there, school supplies drive down there just recently.
Is that the one that like someone called the cops on too?
I don't know if it was here or if it was in
It was
Portland. I'm
Judkins.
not gonna
No, it
claim
might have been
that,
Judkins.
but Either
But
way,
to
point
your-
is, we have been down into these spaces, and people from these spaces have come out to us. I don't want to pull out any names here specifically for what I think are obvious reasons, but we have been communicating with the black community when we've been going into these spaces, as we have
They
been invited
are.
into them.
That is.
And we've
not
listened to their
true.
needs, and we've listened to the way they told us they wanted them met. So in answer to your question, yes, we did do that.
Because there's tons of community centers, there's tons of events. Like, for example, there's the African American Advisory Committee that holds meetings, I think, once every month that you can go to and actually hear what black people want,
Yeah.
right? And you can go from there, right? Because I feel like y'all are just making noise and breaking shit. And okay, yeah, defund
Can
this.
you repeat
Hold on one
that
second.
resource
Let
stuff
me-
for a
let me
second?
speak.
Just
Let
for
me
I didn't.
speak.
Where
Let
did
me
you?
finish. I'll let you
Yeah.
speak, all right?
After you finish, can you go back and highlight that resource again, just for the people on
Okay,
the stream?
there's the African American Advisory.
The African American Advisory
community meeting.
Community
and I think it's
meeting.
every Thursday. You can look it up.
Okay.
Right? They usually have, it's a group of black people from the Central District, and they discuss what do they want from the police,
Okay.
basic needs. And these are all legit people, right?
And is that a police affiliated committee?
Yeah, well, it is a.
Okay.
It's not cops, but they're civilians.
Right, but it's
right?
affiliated with the police.
Yeah, but it's having
Much
a
like the
community
OPA.
Yeah, they have a community relationship. How are they going to have discussion?
Everybody had to be on the table.
It's
right?
it's meant for police and the community to sit down and chat about, look, how can we best serve the community, right? So so that there's also a museum down in the Central District that you could go and you could throw an event and say, hey, we are white folks and we need to figure out what we could do for the black community, right? You could go down to Rainier, I think it's Rainier Beach Park down in Rainier, and ask, hey, there's a huge Somalian community down there. You could go down there and ask, hey, we're trying to improve police relationship with your community. How can we serve? Simple, right? As opposed to just, okay, I'm gonna break Starbucks today, I'm gonna break Whole Foods. Do you know that Starbucks gave money to
cops.
some of our training for bias?
Yeah, we do know that.
Okay then, so if they're giving money to educate us on biasing, right? Why is it important for you to break their business? I don't get it, right? They're giving money so that we don't do bias policing.
I mean, I'm not going
right?
to speak for people I'm not affiliated with. I'm not going to speak for the actions of people that I haven't engaged with.
But I mean, she says that it's okay to break stuff because it's just property, right?
And I mean,
the argument of
so
property
if I break
versus...
your van up just right now, is that?
Well,
is
like
okay?
I'm not a major corporation exploiting with wage theft, but
you really need to do that.
And break your van up and say, well, this is.
Can we actually talk about like?
I feel like you're
Please
privileged.
stop talking about breaking our stuff and hurting us. Like, that's very upsetting.
Well, I mean,
I think you can recognize that.
I'm trying to understand where y'all coming from.
Are you?
Yeah.
Because I don't think you are. I think that you're very set in your ways.
But y'all are not making me understand. Y'all are just asking all these weird questions that kind of beating around the bush.
I mean, like, that's
defunding.
what
Okay, so
you're
when you
projecting,
defund,
but that's okay.
Okay, when you defund, who's going to protect the community? Are you going to have security protect the community? Or who's going to, when the 911 call comes in that, this guy's beating up his wife, who's going to run in and save him? And he has a gun. Who's going to run in and save him? Or when we have a mass school shooting, who are you going to call? This community? Huh? How's that different from police?
We have a husband beating up a wife.
We've seen so many examples of there being school shootings with an officer already on scene, with the school resource officer on scene, and because he's following police protocol, he doesn't engage the shooter.
That's
because
one.
He's
That's
one
the one
officer.
in Florida. That's just one.
Because he's one officer and he can't do that. So the police are not responding to school shootings in the way that we do.
Yeah.
And that we need them to do. Because you're not trained to, because you're not equipped to.
And yet you want to defund us. We are not trained.
Okay, but let's also
not
talk about like
yet you
preventing
want to defund
school
us. How is that
shootings. I mean, we could also just not allow people to have so many guns. I know, wacky idea, right?
That's a different conversation.
Right. I mean, like we could. There are systemic things. There's systemic things that we could be doing, which actually makes your existence as police officers like pretty irrelevant, right? And this is part of it. And like you're saying, education. That is such a huge and crucial portion of that. Like that's such a huge and crucial portion of my personal development and growth. To become like a less harmful person. But that's just one facet of it, right? Like. So this is just...
I mean, understand that we're not trying to put everything that has happened on you. We're not trying to hold you responsible for everything that's happened. We're trying to talk about some issues with police as a whole, the police community.
Yeah, school's already funded every year.
let alone what you're trained to do, what you're not trained to do, the culture that is left over from, I mean, I'm in construction. It's a very male-dominated field. It's a very white-dominated field, similar to the way that the police force is. Less so in Seattle, because Seattle has taken steps to correct that. But in that space, there are certain issues that come up. There's issues with male-dominated spaces when women are in them, like at my work. We have a lot of women who work there, and they are sexually harassed on the daily. That's something I'm complicit in as someone who presents as male and has power in that system, similar to the way that I'm complicit in not stopping that. I don't feel empowered to stop that, especially when those people are my bosses. The system does not enable me to do that, just like it doesn't enable you to do that. But even still, that's a terrible thing that's happening, and because we want to help and protect and serve our community, we're responsible for doing that. We're responsible for researching what can I do, how can I have these conversations with these people who are sexually harassing my friends and my coworkers. You know, and whether that's something that you are personally seeing or not, it's something that you must be aware of, or else you've been specifically avoiding it. And that's an issue. And even taking this, like I said, we're not trying to put all of these issues on you. You have a responsibility because you chose this profession to kind of address that stuff. But it's an issue with the system as a whole. And as you guys have been talking about, you are not empowered to change that system or fix it or solve all of those problems, which is why we think you should be trying to do less of this stuff. And we should have different people with other resources in order to actually take care of that stuff that you guys are not empowered to affect. Rather than having someone with a gun respond to Charlene Lyles the 4th time. I mean, so much of this police shootings against the, people who have mental health issues happens on that 3rd or 4th phone call when a lot of resources have been exhausted, which is why those situations shouldn't go to the police, because they don't have the resources to deal with it. Which is why SPD's budget needs to be defunded, because it's ridiculously high. Like, 30 of your employees make more than 49 out of 50 U.S. governors.
And what if I say because they work hard?
I appreciate that they work hard, but that money needs to work somewhere else. Because if I'm making $400,000 to do one job, and my neighbor is on unemployment he can't get, and he's laid off, that's a problem.
So it's wrong because a person decides, right? Because somebody else doesn't want to work a shift, he decides to take it because maybe he likes to work and maybe he wants to advance.
I mean, if somebody decided not to take that shift,
let me finish.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Because he wants to advance, maybe his family, or maybe he has some bills to pay, or whatever reason for it that he's working so much, right? He doesn't take it. I don't want to work the overtime because I want to spend time with my family. He took it, right? He's rather be here, I don't know, taking care of people and going on 911 calls. Why is that wrong?
It's not wrong of him to want to serve his community more.
Why is that wrong for people who want to work hard?
Can you take enough shifts to make $400,000 in a year?
If I really push myself to, but I don't want to.
But you would have to not go to your kids' soccer games and stuff?
I have to miss some of it. I have to sacrifice some of it, right?
Okay,
but why is that wrong, right?
Also, wasn't that like a fraud case too? Like, didn't he like
I explained,
it was not humanly possible for him to actually make $20,000
to actually log as much overtime as SPD logs?
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of big questions about that.
Yeah.
There's been. Do you guys? I know you work at a North Precinct, but do you know Detective Pavlaki? He's at an East Precinct, I think. So that guy is the guy that all the protesters actually have to call to get their phones back. He doesn't answer his phone at all. So if you could just I know you guys hang out in North and he hangs out in East, but within your system, if there's any way for you to get a message down to him to answer his phone so I can get my phone back, I would love that, because I've called that guy probably 20 times.
And did you check, is it 600 Stacy Street?
The evidence, they're the ones who told me to call him. I went down there, they gave me my backpack, none of the stuff in it, and they said, call Detective Pavlaki. He won't answer his phone. I Googled him, figured out he got demoted for harassing people. So that's kind of why is he even the one on this issue?
So the system works, right?
It clearly doesn't, because he's harassing people. I don't need him. I don't need him being detective to take my stuff.
But he didn't lose his job. He didn't get actual real repercussions. He got a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, he got demoted, right?
Yeah.
He got a slap on the wrist.
So then the
Slap on the wrist.
It doesn't.
It does not work.
No.
Why? So you want him fired? Why?
I would prefer him at least, at minimum, not to be the guy in charge of not harassing other people. He has a history of harassment.
Okay.
Chief Best recognized him as a poor face to the public. Why is he being put in this place to be a face to the public?
So check this.
What this is. There's going to be a flag wave and protest at Red Robin. Oh, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Flag wave and protest at Red Robin in Portland. So this should be an interesting day. So I'll bring that up later when it comes up to it. But yeah, so they ended up, getting indicted for weapons charges. Now, we knew that they were going to have charges pressed against them because the corrupt DA there, I think her name is Kim something, who cares? She's a Democrat that is backed by Soros. There's a direct link. It's not me just making it up. There's a direct link to Soros with her. And she they served a search warrant first and seized the weapons. The attorney turned in the pistol, and he live streamed that with the news there because he wanted to make sure that they actually documented that they received the gun. Because there's little confidence in a Democratic-run city, as we see across the United States right now. Yeah, I mean, even the governor of Missouri came out and said, hey, guess what? I'm going to pardon them. I'll pardon them both. If they are convicted of a crime, I will pardon them both, because he believes, just like normal Americans and the majority of people with common sense out there, believe that you have every right to protect your property, especially when, protesters and the people that are threatening to burn down your home or take your home or kill you or kidnap you or rape your wife, or any of the things that were said that day, or the fact that they literally rioted. I believe St. Louis is where David Dorn was murdered, and that was only a couple of weeks before that. Yeah, the people on St. Louis had every right to be on edge, and apparently they were on edge. So there was, I wrote an article about it. There's a video. The Republicans definitely have the McCloskeys back. They were guest speakers at the Republican National Convention a couple of, last month, 2 months ago, where they talked about their ordeal and just how scared they were. They're both lawyers. They run the risk of losing so much. They've had to hire private security to protect their house on other planned protest days. It's just a big disaster, and it just shows how freaking corrupt our country seems to be all the time. It just seems it's nutty. So let me show you what we have for protest real quick. So we have this one here, which is Black Rebel, and he is live outside of the Red Robin, and it's a flag wave and protest at Red Robin. As you can see, video is not super clear, but I'll keep monitoring that and come back. This one is over. This is Seattle.
Relating to police
being to answer your question.
Okay, none of y'all. So you want to have a conversation, but none of y'all want to answer questions, right? This conversation. It was nice talking to y'all. It was great talking to y'all. But we gotta end this stuff, right? Because I can't have a one-sided.
Like you said earlier,
I can't have a one-sided
first talking to people, so I don't want to stick around to see what a secondary.
I know, right?
See, I'm not even touching that. I'm not even going there. I'm not even. Hey, you know what? Let's watch some. Oh, I forgot. Today, one of the most important things about today is Back to Blue Tuesday, hence the blue lights behind. So everything I make tonight goes to Police Charity of the Week. This week, we are going to be donating to the family of Officer Jacob Hansher. On the evening of October 3rd, Myrtle Beach Police Department officers responded to a domestic call where shots were fired. Officer Jacob Hansher was killed in the shooting. Jacob was a community safety officer for 4 years and a police officer for less than 1 year when he was murdered. He was also a volunteer firefighter with the Horry County Fire Rescue. He was a dedicated public servant who upheld his oath to protect his community and made the ultimate sacrifice, said Myrtle Beach Police Chief Amy Prock. He is survived by his mother, his father, his stepmother, his sisters, his step siblings. Remembered for his pure heart, his mother shared. He had a servant's heart that he demonstrated with the police department, fire department, and his church. He was as pure as they come. the fundraiser that I'm going to be contributing to. So everything that I make tonight, I'm donating to the charity. And it's going to be Serve and Connect. And the link is actually in the description of the video, because I know a lot of you guys prefer to go directly and pay. The only thing I ask is in the comments on it, if you would just, write PT News or something. So that way I can keep track of how much we were able to raise. But the link is in there. And let me just show it up so you guys know what the actual page looks like. My overlay is kind of over it, but you should be able to see it. They've raised $39,000 so far. It's horrible. We put out an article. Forgot who it was. Beth, I think wrote it. Elizabeth wrote it. And too many officers, man. Too many officers. Too many officers have been lost. And we lost another one yesterday. So it's tragic. And unfortunately it keeps happening. But
okay, did I grab? Okay, got the share now. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so I'm just reading these. Sometimes these are really hard for me to read and understand because this stuff is way over my head. And sometimes I think, Mega and Salty and those guys cover these things too, and they're just so much better at sorting this stuff than I am. So I think I'm just going to leave that for them, because I think they'll have better insight on it than I do. All right, guys. So I am going to play a video for you. It is in my bookmarks. And
they've also agreed just to do $100 for it as well. We also still have our giveaway going on, which you could see by Look and Heal. Sponsored by Spartan Armor Systems, who is our show sponsor for this month. They are giving away a set of concealable body armor. If you go to freightbrokerlive.com/giveaway, you can enter to win. There is no obligation. It is just a giveaway. This is open until Sunday at 8 o'clock on the live show. Sunday at 9:30. I will live broadcast who the winner is and put you in contact with them over there. And they will figure out what size you want and get you all set up. So make sure you sign up. If the website does have issues in the meantime, yeah, I know it's a problem with when I have so much traffic on the site and I'm trying to figure out how to get it. But yeah, it's very cool. Very, very cool. And I appreciate everyone who's donated so far. A bunch of
simple, right? As opposed to just, okay, I'm going to break Starbucks today. I'm going to break Whole Foods. Do you know that Starbucks gave money to
the cops,
some of our training for bias?
Yeah, we do know that.
Okay, then. So if they're giving money to educate us on biasing, right? Why is it important for you to break their business? I don't get it. Right? They're giving money so that we don't do bias policing.
I'm not going to speak for people I'm not affiliated with. I'm not going to speak for the actions of people that I haven't engaged with.
But she says that it's okay to break stuff because it's just property, right?
And
the argument of
take it to PG. Sorry. Shelby started it.
And Shelby will finish it.
Woo!
Thank you. Your face might look better.
Woo!
Thank you.
I know. That guy looks like Roger Stone, y'all. Has anyone told you look like Roger Stone? I said, has anyone told you look like Roger Stone a little bit? Thank you for your service.
We're actually here. Thank you for supporting the Bulldog. Yes, you do. We're also here boycotting Red Robin. One of their employees last week thought it was a good idea to threaten to poison a group of us because she thought we were Proud Boys and Trump supporters. Yeah. Yeah.
She got fired the next day or that night.
We don't know. We were told she was fired, but then she's saying she wasn't fired, so. I'm with the International Police Association. Actually, a lot of the officers guys are bad. We get eye drops in our coffee all the time. People spit in our food. I'm like, oh my Lord, I didn't even think about that.
The bad thing about it, I lived during the Vietnam War when I was on the front line. Well, the vets were getting pissed on and spit on.
Yeah.
And we had to do the
My daddy was in Vietnam too. My dad was there.
I don't mean to pick your time up.
No.
No. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Very much.
God bless you.
You too. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Get back to normal soon because this is my Uber driver. No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
I don't know if you thought that was funny, but I thought that was funny. Oh my gosh, this guy with the eyes. And then the Uber driver is like in a hazmat suit. Oh my gosh, people are just going crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, good. I'm glad you thought it was funny too. Some of you are laughing. Good. This was cool too. I don't know if you all saw this about Bryson, his Can't Cancel God, Bryson Gray, on Spotify. And I'm going to scroll a little bit here. So sorry to get you dizzy, but let's see. Bryson, where are you? Scrolling, hoping you're not getting too dizzy. Okay, here it is. Bryson announced today, hey, y'all, we did it. Can't Cancel God is the #1 Christian album in the country on iTunes. Oh my God, this makes me so happy. So I'm going to drop that into live chat for you guys. Y'all, we knew Bryson when he was, just a regular guy. All right. I thought that was pretty cool news today. I'm going to scroll some more, so try not to get you too dizzy. Sorry. Okay, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and play this Project Veritas video, and we'll listen to this for a few minutes.
Fox 9 Minnesota just did a hit piece on Project Veritas that is erroneous, irresponsible, and did precisely what they accuse us of doing. Fox 9 left the truth on the cutting room floor.
Liban Osman is featured prominently in this video by the right-wing disinformation group Project Veritas.
Fox 9 accuses Project Veritas of offering Liban a bribe. Liban was the man in the car who was illegally in possession with more than 3 ballots in Minnesota. Here's that clip. Now here's what Fox 9 said.
After he turned down a bribe.
How much was he willing to pay you?
$10,000.
$10,000 to lie and to say that you were collecting ballots for Ilhan Omar.
Yes.
Now, our source, Omar Jamal, told us that this was false, and we relayed this to Channel 9, and Channel 9 selectively edited out our statement that this was false. And more importantly, Liban admits in this report that Snapchat and all those ballots were indeed in his car, which is against the law. The Snapchat footage you see is real. There are more than 3 ballots. That's illegal. Fox 9 edited out of their report our statement from our source saying that this was absolutely false, that we bribed nobody for that video. That's Liban's Snapchat. He did that. That's real, and it's against the law. In the article, it says, quote, despite Liban's boast that he had 300 ballots in the car, he said the number was closer to 20. Well, the problem with that logic is it's still against the law to have 20 ballots in Minnesota over the legal limit of 3. Liban Mohammed's video shows him violating Minnesota election laws, which prohibit someone from collecting more than 3 ballots. So the guy's bragging. He's just totally boasting about all the illegal activity, and Fox 9 is drawing a distinction between 320 when if you have more than 3 in the state of Minnesota, it is against the law. It's illegal ballot harvesting, a fact they don't include. This Fox 9 report also says because of various court decisions, the so-called ballot harvesting, collecting more than the statutory limit of 3 ballots, was permitted during a 5-week period this summer from July 28th to September 4th. Well, there's 2 problems with that. First of all, this video is recorded in the first week of July, not even in that time period. But second of all, the law was never suspended. Newsweek actually published this and then had to correct that. So Fox 9 is going to have to actually issue a retraction for something that Newsweek already corrected. Prosecution of the law was postponed, but ballot harvesting was never made legal. Again, we gave this comment to Fox 9. The reporter acknowledged it was against the law, and they edited this out of their reporting, and they will have to print a retraction. They did precisely what they accuse me and this organization of doing. They lied, and just like Newsweek, they're going to have to print a retraction. Next, Fox 9 says the man doing the cash exchange was a relative of Omar Jamal, according to their sources. When we told Fox 9 last night that's incorrect, Omar Jamal says that's incorrect. And again, we're supposed to believe Fox 9's sources when you can see incontrovertible evidence of a cash exchange for a voter registration form, pocket money in exchange for a form. They don't show you any evidence. They don't tell you who their sources are. We don't know what to believe except our own lying eyes. This is the propaganda vortex. Listen to this.
There's also this man seen accepting $200 to vote for Ilhan Omar. The exchange happening along Cedar Avenue. But sources tell us the man is actually a relative of Omar Jamal's, who thought Jamal was giving him $200 to send to another relative in Somalia.
I was shocked, and I did talk to him, and Ali told me he did not know Jamal Omar was recording him. Those $200 was for
Okay, I do see that we're getting mail. I hope I don't screw that up. But okay, so gonna grab it. And let's see. I believe I can show it.
Disgusted, something to that effect. And then on the thread, there's people making jokes about poisoning our food, and other employees that work there at that location too as well. And so that's why we are here at Red Robin's. The other one that we went to was surrounded by BLM and Antifas, and so we left the cops to deal with them and came to this other location. What did you say? Make sure you drive on the road, not the sidewalk.
Thank you. Yeah, they gotta drive on the road, not south. Thanks for expressing your feelings, sir. Gold star for all those that express their feelings. Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he goes, yes, because she is. I was like, yeah.
Got him.
I mean, you know, come on,
well,
man.
I want to give Chris Wallace, as a guy who's trying to direct a very energetic happening, you know what I'm saying? I understand that you're oftentimes trying to corral kittens.
He had an
just
objective.
One of them very louder than the others. I think he was trying to say, do you now kind of just to put this to bed?
No, dude. How many times?
I think he's a good man.
No, how many times? No, but let me ask you this straight up. Let me ask you this. That story he's talking about, the reason he even brought that up was to go, Joe, that's what you said, the reason why you came out, right? He goes, yep. President Trump. That's not a fucking question. Yeah. That's a setup and a lead-in. Right. And the fact that he said when he sits there, he goes, these guys, unequivocally, right after, in the same sentence, the same time when they were doing good people on both sides.
Chris Wallace was in on it?
Yeah.
Of course.
Is that 2 days earlier he offered $50 billion? Why is that a question? And like straight up, why would you want to know that question if $500 billion has been promised to a black community? Why would you want to hear that question? Why would you give him a pass for asking that question?
White supremacy is going to be going after by...
Why not ask both candidates that question then?
Exactly. Well, my only beef was, why haven't you asked, didn't Joe Biden actually author the crime bill?
Thank you.
That we've referenced for 40
Didn't Joe Biden
years,
actually
you know?
say he doesn't want his children going to school in a racial jungle?
Yep.
Exactly. Didn't Biden actually
say?
And
that's why. But that's why you can't go, well, let's try to figure out why Chris did it. No,
we know what's
because
going
he didn't do that.
Yep. Those questions.
What he did was
like
go. That's why he came out right. Cool.
Yep.
Do you do it now?
What? Wait, no.
When we know there's video, dude. What is that right there?
That's what
a
kills me.
rerun. That's a waste of TV. That's bad programming.
Waste
of
a
question.
It really is waste of question. There are videos. If people would just do their research, there are so many videos of Donald Trump.
They ignored the videos.
And that's what that guy came up to talk about.
Before he even ran for president, he has condemned David Duke. He has condemned white supremacy, neo-Nazis, all the whole bit. But yet and still, this is
So you know why? You know why? Because talking about that doesn't put any attention on the real shit and the thievery that is going on in a lot of these cities. If you can go, well, he's got like the debate yesterday. Well, you gotta. How come he's not? I go, I don't give a shit. No one cares about that. I care about the kids dying. I go, you care more about semantics than kids dying. He goes, yes.
Whoa.
He said yes.
Semantics.
Well, then there
he
you
said
have.
yes.
We
This
know the
Democrat
left cares more about semantics, though.
But that's the thing.
Well, does
like,
he even know what semantics means, though? He might have just been saying it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know how they do it. After a while, they got to just be the opposite of truth.
Like,
no matter what it is, he's like, oh yeah.
I have a bigger message to like all.
I go, then
Antifa,
babies dying.
To all of the Antifa and the BLM people that came out there yesterday, like they looked ridiculous because they're dressed in all black, like they're ready to go to war.
Dirty
they don't
black.
even know what they're fighting.
And you know what?
I feel like my message, if I had a chance to talk to like one of them one-on-one, would be like, you should go to your local legislation. You should look at people that are in your district, running your district, like Maxine Waters, who lives in a $5 million mansion right outside of a like drug-ridden, crime-ridden district that she doesn't do anything to care about.
Vote Joe Collins.
And I want to say this one thing too about the opportunity zones, because a lot of people don't know that that's exactly what this is for, right? My sister worked for the census in Chicago, and she got a chance to canvass the community. And it comes to things about in the community, if you need more parks, if you need more grocery stores, if you need more paved roads, if you need more stop signs, that's what these opportunity zones are for, to strengthen these communities. But yet these people out here marching and yelling and screaming hate
fascism
and
all
rioting at people like us when we're trying to get you to realize that you
But I would also
the wrong
thing.
I would also point out though that if you have a Democratic mayor or councilman, he's going to fight against it. So
He's going to fight against it. Yeah.
That's
so
why you have to vote out all blue.
Right.
Yeah, that's our thing. We go
tell you how to vote, but do your research and you'll see that it benefits you to vote out all blue.
I like that you brought that up, Lucas, because so many times people just automatically point their fingers to Trump. Oh, look at what Trump's doing. Oh, what he's not doing, what he's not addressing. You got to look at your local leadership
The
first.
lawmakers in your community.
That's what the
They
guy
make the
said.
laws in your community.
That's what the guy said. I go, the problem started here, and he gives this look like he didn't understand. And it's like, you see it on there. It's like,
he had his facts all wrong about Taylor.
Has certain government
Yes.
over their
It's
own.
called federalism. You know what I'm saying? Good. They don't understand none of that, though.
Well,
they don't understand it.
and so, but because they're being fed lies, but they're being fed lies at a heightened, like on a jolt type of level. So they'll come out there with all the passion and all the righteousness in their heart because they believe it. They believe it 100 miles per hour, and it's hard to fight, or it's hard when you're in a fight with someone where, like, it can't be true for them. There's no other possibility of except for what it is. And so that's why I like to stick into the life thing. And you have to tell me then, like I said to him yesterday, that you rather hear something nice than worry about people dying. He even said some people killing other people. I go, it's 85% plus in our community.
Popularity, like prom king, prom queen.
Oh,
contest.
yes.
That's where the privilege is.
So if they don't like how you say it, then
it doesn't.
They don't want
but
to
that's
hear
their
it.
privilege. So there is no white privilege, black privilege. It's a privilege of I can sit back and need it to fit me, even while people are dying, and even while people are affected with all these things. They don't matter.
I want to point out that in Candace Owens' book Blackout, there was a segment.
Was that a shameless plug?
No, it was very shameful.
Well, we are in a blackout.
She actually talked about how I'm not going to paraphrase it, but I'll quote it. I'm going to paraphrase it. How liberalism is somehow a symptom of privilege.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my God.
Yes, it was powerful. It was powerful.
It is so
and
true.
It's like people that didn't live through slavery, didn't live through oppression, here now today want to complain about something.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they want to portray that there's some type of victim mentality or a struggle.
They need to feel it
here today.
Yep.
But
Well,
you have
also,
all
I
the
think-
opportunity. You have to stop thinking that you're a victim.
Well, I've also
as a
noticed
victor.
that, especially amongst young people, like all of us read about the civil rights era. We read about the bravery of our grandfather. I mean, my grandpa was like lying about his age to go storm the beaches of Iwo Jima, you know?
Yeah.
And then we look at ourselves in the mirror as 17-year-olds and we're like, I'm already getting overweight. I suck and I'm a loser. You know what I'm saying? And we have this thing in us where we want to be great too.
I want to say something about that.
And it's almost like these. It's almost like these Antifa cats, these leftists, these oppressed millennials or whatever. It's almost like, if I can't fight the civil rights battle because it was already over by the time I was born, I sure as hell am going to create a new one.
Exactly.
2.0, baby.
Well, I was saying the thing about them, though, is that they're being told by those people who just missed it back in the day, right? Like the ones who were... They were like teenagers and 20s in the 70s. So they weren't the ones getting hosed down in the 60s. So they just missed that, but they're always being told, remember that. Now you have them infiltrating the schools back from the level of college. Now you have that whole crew of college people coming out in the 80s going into our 90s, where they slowly have been chipping away at
liberal indoctrination. I lay that at the feet 100%. The dereliction and the idiocy of this new generation of Antifa or leftists or whatever you want to call them, that's directly at the feet of lazy conservative parents who kept on sitting back saying, oh, well, they can learn all this nonsense in college. Once they hit the real world, then they'll get it out of their system. No, they didn't. No. They got hired
and moved back into
the system. They started suing the company they got hired with.
You know, they wear their hair fucking up in a purple mohawk for the whole day.
You know what? And to like speak on that, I really feel that it's a generational thing too, because I've studied like certain generational like wealth and the gaps in between. So for example, people back in the day, in the 60s, 70s, that's my back in the day. So,
for us.
Right, that's back in the day. But I feel like we had more home ownerships before you were 30. We had more families that were together. People had their small businesses. Now, when you look at communities,
we were in suits.
how many people do you know that own a home that's under 40?
Right.
Shit. Well, that has all to do with expense and then also just actual population density.
I was like laying in the bathtub listening to this shit. It was like
married,
it's magic.
Settle down and have children if they feel they have the space to accommodate. So oftentimes that down payment will precede the marriage, the reference, because whenever you're under economic stress, you're not thinking about how I can grow my family, and it's that economic stress. I mean,
but that economic stress has been manufactured in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, especially. That's the problem. It's been manufactured. It's been increased. I mean, we have what it was
like the price too. Because
it
says something when you have people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, and all they can afford is like a bachelorette studio unit, you know, like a college style unit. And
they're
that's
lowering,
all they can do.
They're lowering our expectations. They're lowering our, like, you know, what used to be.
Who's the they? Who's the they? You speak?
Democrats. I'm saying Democrats because they're the ones that tell you what to watch on TV. They tell you how to listen to, and how to react on.
How many taxes?
You can't say that or you ain't black.
Yeah, well, hey, welcome to the show. Looks like I'm in the right place then, huh, guys?
You're in good company.
Speaking of that, it really gets me. Have y'all ever really just thought about, like, the constrictions? If you look at it, like, okay, white people historically can be Democrats, Republicans.
They're not white, they're smooth papaya.
Smooth papaya, I like that. Okay, Caucasians, white. They can be Tea Party, they can be independent, green, anything. Latino people can be Republicans, anything, but us, even our own community.
Yes, sir.
If you're
especially
not
our own
Democrat, you're
community.
looked at like,
that was something I was
like
frustrated with growing up.
Yeah.
That used to be break my. I'd be like, I don't understand that.
Well, they don't call the plantation for anything.
Like feeling like we can't be everything we want.
I hear that there's a theory about the switch when it happened when black people left the Republican Party.
Oh, the big
Democrat.
switch.
That was because all those free programs that were given away back because of the Great Depression.
When you study it, some of it had to do with the Triple C, like the conservation corps and so on and so forth, but also just the general urbanization post-Civil War and African Americans moving north to get industrial jobs was a lot of why that supposed switch of the populace happened. The switch of the party never happened. That's been
Thank you.
But the general demographic shift over 40 years really had to do with the fact that African Americans were moving from the South, which was generally rural and agrarian, to the northern areas that were already dominated by Democrats. Therefore, if they were going to compete in the power structure or register, they were no longer voting Republican versus Democrat. They were voting like this Democrat versus that Democrat. Therefore, they registered according to the area that they were in.
They also leaned in heavy after the Great New Deal.
Because
they saw that as a win.
New Deal.
They saw that as a win, and then it doubled down even worse after the 64 bill. So even though like the Democrats held the longest filibusters of 75 days in our history to try to hold up that Civil Rights Act, and LBJ signed it, so they just used the same narrative as Trump is the most evil. LBJ had our back. Democrats.
Yes.
But Democrats won't try to hold it. Stop it.
But then he said that I'm gonna be having these black people.
No. He didn't say that.
I know.
I'm gonna have these niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
I wasn't serious when I said that.
But
I was.
I was.
But that speaks directly, literally.
Now I got to go back and edit.
Family.
Do you?
Maybe a lot of people's families who migrated from the South to the North, right? So my grandfather, he came from Mississippi along with my grandmother, and they came to Chicago back in like the 60s. And they had a building. They actually own a 2-story flat building, and they had a restaurant on the first floor.
That's cool.
Right? To this day, that building is still in the family. My mother and father live in that building. And he had property in Mississippi.
Okay.
Wow.
To this day, though,
I thought he couldn't do
their
it because of
children,
slavery.
like my parents' children, my sister, my brother, and I, we're struggling to be property owners. And the difference, and it's not that we're lazy. We all went. My sister and I went to college and graduated. We've been working, but it's like the generational gap of how I've even asked my mother and father, how did you all own property and own land back then? When
they didn't have student loans, which are literally a freaking house payment now.
Really?
You're buying a house if you go to school.
You really are.
Like I know people that are paying off $3, $4, $5, $6 grand a month on student loans, and I'm like, well, dude, there's your house payment.
Right. Right. No, that's real.
That was done. And again, all those things were done on purpose. So then, guess who we have to rely on?
The government.
Daddy government.
Wait, but Joe Biden is actually the guy that signed the law saying you can't default on student loans.
When did he sign that?
No. There was a very obscure credit bill that was passed. It was during the Obama administration, in which actually fact check me on this. I don't know if it was early Obama administration or if it was when he was a senator. And actually, I think it might have been.
Don't worry, they will.
Earlier than Obama. But either way, he's the one that signed the bill that you cannot default on student loans.
Or what?
Well, you can default on any loan, and then
the
debtor takes the money back. If you default on a car loan, then they take the car back. They impound the car.
So he's saying that they'll take your degree back?
No, they can't take the degree back, so you can't default on that loan. They'll straight up take it from your kids out of your inheritance if you die.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? You cannot default on that loan.
That's the one thing different.
I see what you're saying. Like the debt never goes away.
The debt never goes away. You can't declare bankruptcy.
You can't.
Exactly.
You
can't. So that's what a lot of people do.
And it's promised by the government. The government promised these loans like 20 years ago.
And then
so that's why everything's been jumping up.
They get these kids and they affirmative action them into this super expensive school. End up racking up 40, 50K worth of debt. They realize that maybe factoring trinomials isn't for me.
Right.
I should actually go and do like something else. And then when they decide they want to go do that something else, they're like, okay, cool, go do that something else as long as you're paying off $3 grand a month until you die.
For the next 30, 40 years.
Yeah, for the next 30, 40 years.
Hey, but hey, you can't move up unless you go to college.
But that's
the other thing, right? You can't get ahead unless you go to college.
Unless you go to college. This idea that if you do not go to college, you are a buffoon. You're an idiot. And if you go to these trade schools where you learn a skill and you can still make a bunch of money,
you're looked down on.
You're looked down upon.
You know trade school is you didn't go to a university.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. If you look at how a society works, you can't have everybody be doctors and lawyers. You got to have people who cook food. You have to have people who lay out the pavement. You have to have people who cut the trees.
Hey, a lot of people.
We need all of these professions.
But it's a shame. It's a shame that they put on all that stuff.
You have to have people that like lay out pipes and change
plumbers.
I mean,
you need these type of people.
But they did that. They broke it down when we had shop and we had home ec in high school back in the 80s and 90s, right? Now we don't have that anymore, and it's like you don't. They're slowly coming back.
Did you just defend the patriarchy?
Yes, because I'll show you what the patriarchy without it looks like. It looks like the black community. Without the patriarchy, that's what it looks like. If everyone wants to see what the state looks like raising your children, check out the black community.
I graduated in the 2000s, and I remember part of the graduation requirement was you had to.
God damn!
You had to pass.
These guys dropped some truth bombs, y'all. Good God. Be ready.
Driver's ed.
Put a pillow on your head, whatever it takes to be able to take this knowledge in.
You had to pass cooking class.
And that was in Chicago, too.
At least some life skills. I don't know what they doing.
Take care of baby. Take care of baby.
People are graduating and don't even know how to swim or drive.
I know y'all know who I'm talking about. Mike Rowe. He was a guy of he did the Dirty Jobs. He went on Ben Shapiro's podcast, and this dude talked about how there's a lack of there's no interest when it comes to these trade jobs and these occupations of the like. And he was saying that, a lot of these dirty jobs that he went to, these people were making bank.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
they were clocking dollars, but yet and still, these are the jobs. They're the dirty jobs, so they're looked down upon. They're not important. They're not glamorized like the underwater basket weaving degree that you can get from
and they even break it down even like either you're gonna get something that's gonna change the world as you teach it, or you're gonna be a superstar. If you either one of those two, then what are you doing?
What? Like, and that's also in our community too. It's like you have to make money. You're not the business.
They don't teach us
if you don't have that money.
But from high school, junior high and high school, they don't teach us banking. They don't teach us about our credit report. They don't teach us how to find. They don't teach us any of those things. That's how the world works.
You know what?
You don't need
the parents. I'm gonna tell y'all this literally.
Definitely.
Okay, so for example, I got my first job when I was 14. Like you couldn't even work at that age, but the boss at the grocery store was paying me under the table in cash. My father literally he worked in banking and he had a ledger, and each week I had to give him a certain percent that he would put in an account for me, and he taught me how to save and balance that at 14.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
But they're more worried about
every year in high school. Every year.
But they're more worried about making sure that our kids learn they, those, these, and thems, and that they teach them sex education and have access to Planned Parenthood. But you don't want to teach them anything.
Look at the comparison.
Nothing about money.
Look at that comparison.
And then you back that up with capitalism is evil.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So the thing you don't know about, I'm telling you, it's evil.
Dude, I know an amazing thing. What we should do is we should have a private outside of school class that we allow parents to choose to take their kids to, and it purely teaches them about life skills. It's like school after school, and it could be like 1 to 2 hours, and it could even be doubled as a form of daycare. Some people don't get out of work till later, and their kids, and it would teach them like skills. Oh wow. Hell yeah, I just got pancake, eggs, and bacon. Holler. But yeah, it would teach them like how to balance their checkbook. It would teach them how to write a check. It would teach them like, why you don't want to be late on payments. Teach them basic things on like managing your car, being able to change a flat, being able to cook, like home economics.
Yep.
And also, it's mandatory to vote Democrat when you're graduating.
Yeah.
It might as well.
It might as well. I mean, that's what they tell you there. I mean, the teachers tell them that stuff.
Yeah.
I had a girl hit me up.
Wait, but hold on a second. I lay that at the feet of the lazy Republicans, though, because honestly, nothing is stopping the Republican Party from doing the exact same voter registration activities that they do at some of these high schools. So
now, I'm not gonna lie, the Republicans could do more. Sometimes it amazes
you know what?
Trump's doing this 1776
yes.
education thing.
But I feel like they're letting the Democrats be these big playground bullies.
They let it. The problem is they let it go on for so long because they were still making money. That's the problem.
Oh, the Republicans are still making money.
The Republicans are still making money, so it's like, look, I'm still making money. What's going on? I'm not worried about you. And then you look up, and now the wave is coming. Like, oh, shit,
wait a minute.
happening?
I didn't know.
Yeah, because they sat back and they kept winning.
It's like, I don't know which one is worse. I actually think the lazy boomer Republicans frustrate me and are more culpable for the decline of America than the psychotic, washed-up, leftover revolutionaries that brainwashed all of their children. Because what else could you expect from a disgruntled wannabe revolutionary?
That's worse, though, because they brainwashed their children.
So but he's saying
college campus.
No, but like, which is worse? The century. Why do we always kill the traitor first? And why do we always kill the sentry who falls asleep? Because the sentry that falls asleep at the gate is responsible for the death of everybody inside. You know what I'm saying? And the boomer generation Like it's
Rob
just
Reiner
like,
and those
oh,
guys.
we grew up without any problems in economic prosperity, without any kind of major foreign finance.
I like that analogy.
You know what?
That's very true. That's a good point. You know? That's a good point.
Very true.
Well, they say
it's all of our fault.
The only way for evil to flourish is for good men to do nothing, and that's what we've seen time and time again. And here's the result.
I mean, that's what got us out there.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what got us out. I mean, we first time we met, he was there, but we didn't talk to him, and we just was like, "Hey, man, how's it going?" Lucas and I met in the park, and he just saw something I put up, and he was like, "Hey, man, it's like."
So I got some.
We had to stand up.
Here's the antidote. We making conservatives great again.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes,
we're making them
but
cool
my
again.
honest opinion, I feel like I never understood what is the attack against conservatism. If you look at what conservatism is, you care about family, you care about religion, you care about your way of life, you care about
less
life.
taxes.
Less taxes.
You don't
what
want
is
the
wrong
government.
with that?
Small government. Small government.
They support white supremacists.
Even if, okay, let's just go to a little further.
Caucasian supremacy.
Like Bible thumpers, right? Like. Let's just go a little bit further.
It's smooth papaya supremacy.
Fair enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was waiting for that.
What's wrong with those people? Like, even though they may be a little annoying, the Bible thumpers, but what's wrong with?
No, you know what it is.
God first.
No. You want to know why there's
why is it under attack?
You want to know why there's an attack on it? Is because it builds prosperity, lower taxes, enterprise. Strong family home, Christianity. It builds. It's going to build a society.
Big government.
And that's why they're under attack of it, because they don't want to build that society. They want to control that society. It's not liberal conservatism. It's prosperity, moving forward or moving backward.
That's the backwards part to me.
It is backwards.
Is that there? Yeah.
It's 100%.
And like you said, it's all for power, right? This country's established on the ideals that individualism can win out if you work hard enough, right? That's some of the core tenets of this country. Then they're teaching that's not true. We need to control it and then tell you how it works.
Exactly.
Like, so they're going literally against individuality.
Yeah.
That's what they're pushing against and saying you're wrong, you're evil because you don't want to be an individual. And they've been doing that for so long in different ways, at least since the late 60s, to the point where now they're just saying it.
They need us to be a monolith. That's what they're fighting. This is everything that it is. They want us to be a monolith. They want us to be one big, giant voting block that's going to do as they say, that's going to march to the beat of their drum and say what it is that they want us to say. So
yo, what's up, Crypto God? Thank you for the follow, man.
Ideas,
to keep their money and power.
Exactly.
Well, hey, overweight, middle-aged white guy here.
Go.
I had a question. But like, so here's my question though: is like, what is the fix? We can talk about the problem all day long, but I don't know what the fix is.
Success.
I know.
I know.
Okay.
Wait. I got a part of the fix, and this is Sam speaking.
Yo, what's up, Aaron? Thank you for the host. Hell yeah.
Monolith thing, because it's not just.
Hey, thank you for that support, Aaron. Every time you do that, I appreciate that.
Wait. Because speak on it. I feel like we, as a community, as a family, right, growing up, we need to appreciate the duality and the diversity that we have. We need to appreciate when kids make the honor roll and are doing good. We need to not celebrate the gang bangers, and we need to appreciate
the WAP.
We need to appreciate kids wanting to play tennis or play golf. Just because you're black and you want to do country music. We need to appreciate that.
Only white people do that.
Thank you. How much hate do we get from each other?
All the time.
That's who does it.
Right.
They, at this point now, it's done. They have their agents in the black community. It's not like some white guy in a Klan who'd be like, "You want to read, boy?" No, that shit ain't happening. It's you think you smart now, homie? Nigga.
Today, somebody was saying it wasn't the Hollywood sign though. It's Sepulveda Pass. I don't know I just saw this, and so I thought maybe, I had heard that the Hollywood sign was falling down, or I'd seen pictures of it before, but maybe that's just, somebody doing a meme. Okay. Okay, so Dave Allen, I wonder if you pulled up that tweet. For the geeks, time is not an absolute, not a thing. It's a measure. It's a measure. Relativity, i.e. relative motion between particle matter. Space is the stuff before particle, the physical stuff. Okay. All right. Oh, you're showing me how to say it. I like when you do this. Okay, Debbie Wolgamoth says Sepulveda. Thank you, best nanny ever. Sepulveda. Okay, I think I'm saying it right now. Okay. We haven't had a song yet, and it's almost at the end. Okay, I'm going to play this. It's just a few seconds long, and then I'm going to go back to that Miguel California song. Thought that was funny. I don't know who made that. I just thought it was funny. And I need the laughs, so all right, let's play Miguel California. There is a swear word in this too.
A peaceful transition of power.
And that is to have a smooth transition of power.
Smooth transition. This peaceful transition.
Smooth transition.
Democracy depends on a peaceful transition of power. We have a smooth transition.
Smooth transition. So virtuous above it all. Evil, treasonous cabal, your plan for it to take the fall. So righteous as you preach, your smooth transition.
My number one priority in the coming 2 months is to try to facilitate a transition that ensures our president-elect is successful.
You lying players full of fool while breaking every fucking rule. You've all been caught, there's no escape. Justice is your fate. Guantanamo waits your smooth transition.
A smooth transition. In the smooth transition of power, General Flynn, I am rooting hard for you.
America, have I say, everyone involved will pay. There'll be no deals, no need to pray. Justice is your fate. Guantanamo waits your smooth transition.
Make sure that this is a successful transition. We want to do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you succeed, then the country succeeds. President Obama said, but I do have one specific recommendation. Stay away from Michael Flynn. He's bad news.
The office of the President of the United States and will to the...
All I have to say to that is that they're liar, liars, pants on fire. Sorry, but they are. Oh my gosh. All the times they said smooth transition, I don't remember that. And then it's in that song. It's right there in their words. All right. It just wouldn't be sunny days if I didn't play a Ryan Parker song. So I wonder if he has anything new out lately. I'm going to just check. I actually haven't seen if he has anything new. It looks like he's been, doesn't look like he is, oh, I don't know why I had him muted. That's weird. I don't ever remember muting him. Okay, sorry. Sports left me. All right. We'll do the Rolling Stones parody. Oops, hit the wrong.
I saw Joe Biden on television saying things I hardly understand. I don't think he can make decisions. He's a puppet for the people with a plan. I saw the Black Lives Marxist demonstration where black police were taking some abuse as white Antifa punks showed their frustration. Do they realize they're being used? You can't always get globalism. You can't always get socialism. Trump's watching me. I went down to the local drugstore to get my chloroquine prescription filled. I was standing in line with Dr. Fauci, and he told me that everybody's ill. You can't always get globalism. You can't always get socialism. You can't always get communism. But if you use your mind, well, you just might find Trump's watching me. Trump's watching me. You'll get what you need.
And that's a shout out to Ryan Parker Songs on Twitter. I will drop him and in the live chat, and then I'll drop that other song too, and that will take me to the top of the hour with you guys. And Salty and Mega, Swega, and Tets, and probably Sleepwalker are in the house, I'm guessing.
I'm back!
Hey, you stole my sound effect.
I took it. I'm taking all your sound effects. All your sound effects belongs to me.
Sucker.
I guess I could drop the share. Sorry about that.
No, you're okay, Sunny Days. How you doing?
Sunny Days. Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
Days. You got the biggest Q drop during your show, Sunny Days.
Oh, that's
Emma,
the team. The team. Just remember you're not alone. The team.
Guys.
It was like some fantasy, like watching a movie.
Yeah.
Because you had your
Not
dad
real
there.
life.
You had your dad there. I mean, I knew homies that was. I mean, I used to listen to DMX like ready.
Right. Oh, yeah.
But I was ready because I'm living that deep. You know what I mean? I was barking all over the place.
So was I.
Excuse me. You guys, yes. I may not come off as a barker, but it comes every once in a while. But I believed it until, and I fell for everything. I was there for everything until it was like, why was I so? And Nick, you and I could probably just speak to the fact that like
I fell for
the amount of fun, the amount of joy, just on a consistent basis, just in this mentality that we shifted to. It's like I think about it like, man, I really believed it to the point where I was waiting to like hurt somebody because of the history of everything.
I almost went down a life of crime, and I feel so liberated now that I'm a citizen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm contributing to society rather than tearing it down.
Yeah.
And again, it all starts with the father, because
it feels
if
good
you don't
to
have
be
a
part
father,
of it.
if you don't have a father that puts you into shape, whips you into shape, then you're gonna look towards another male for that fatherly role, and it's a big brother. And who's that big brother in the streets? Who's it gonna be?
But check out this mind blower for you, right? Here's the duality. My brother and I are literally only like 18 months apart.
Show the
Both
chat.
Exact same household with the father. Same lifestyle as far as you.
Check out what Selena got.
Stark difference though. He dropped out.
She fries those eggs perfect.
He has 2 children right now.
I know, but you
that
fried
he's
them to
not
get them
even
there.
a father to. My sister and mother and
That's how it works.
uncle
That's how it
raised
works.
the kids, but yet our father was a father to us, and we telling him like, you knew how it was growing up. Our dad used to take us for bike rides, you know, to the movies, all this stuff. You don't do anything with your kids.
No. And well, that boils down to the victim and victor mentality. Then, obviously you're a successful man. You're doing for yourself. You have your own business. You're doing everything that's necessary to promote yourself in life. And then you have those who succumb to the victim mentality.
Yeah.
Think that they can't do it. And
It's not American. It's not American cheese. It's sharp cheddar. It looked terrible quality because we're in 720p. But it's sharp cheddar. It's good. It's Sargento. We're not that terrible.
And it's the white man.
So
systemic racism.
How much of it is on the parent?
Yeah.
And how much is
I think
it boils down to the individual.
It does boil down to the individual, but what we got also, like, again, we got to remember they have all the apparatus. So where you may have a stronger will, that's where it's like it's not in a vacuum, right? Because like you're still going on the street. You just said Lil' Kim wasn't real. if your brother believed it was real, it didn't matter what your dad said. But then he's getting hit with everything.
That's so true.
And he's not getting hit every
so
once in a while.
That's
he's getting hit all the time, phones and all this. So you go, oh, it's not real.
That's
he goes,
so true.
hey, maybe that's real.
Like,
and
I
then
remember
it's
being
just,
13 thinking like smoking weed was stupid.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't smoke weed until I was like a senior. I was late.
In the game in Chicago, right? but it goes to show how like
Lucas
even
is
with
at the party.
Strong foundation, right?
He's in the party.
He's party.
He's here.
With a strong foundation, you came out stronger than your brother who's struggling. Now imagine, what is it like at an 80% rate of like fatherless homes? 80% of now this community doesn't have a father to filter all that shit, and they're just getting it going.
Well, you talked a lot about the victim mentality, though, and can't there be some? Let me engage in the soft bigotry of low expectations. Okay,
Fun.
Isn't there though an argument for?
Hell yeah, those are good though, veteran.
Nope. Let me tell you why. Nope. Stop it right now. Nope. I'm gonna stop. Nope. Stop. Nope.
If you don't believe in reparations, then you ain't black.
No. Well, welcome to the show.
We ain't black.
Welcome to
No.
I'm gonna say I'll blow it up right now because right away because slave. I mean, this is we're done with the whole slavery
I'm
thing.
gonna argue with you about why I need to give you money. What are you thinking?
Just take the money.
So people always want to do the slavery, right? Oh, we haven't recovered from slavery, the trauma of slavery. After the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, literacy for black community was less than 2%. 10 years later, it was 90%. So you can't say it was slavery because it was slaves that got their kids smart. I'm done. That's it. I'm done. There's nothing else to say.
So I
they started their own businesses. They started their own communities. And their literacy was up to 90% from slaves. Not from motherfuckers that have cell phones readily at hand and getting fucking money on the side.
So here's the question I do have
it's
for
on
you,
you.
I agree. You can't look at people that have a darker color of skin and then say, okay, it's a monolith that all deserves money. But at the same time, we can't really say we are a Judeo-Christian country that has committed this great sin of slavery without saying what is the repentance process.
Repentance for that happened. It's a mind thing. That's
what
what I'm telling. That example was 10 years after slavery ended.
So
you can't say these people today. I'm not. He's not. No, no one here. Y'all. Nobody here that lives today is affected by slavery. Nobody. Because if those slaves, literally, those slaves can take and start their own business and educate their kids, that it was a 90%. 10 years later.
Now you got California.
Okay, so what do you say to writers like
California? Newsom is trying to bring in reparations and investigate.
And can't you say, what do you say to people like Ta-Nehisi Coates?
I'll tell you what I'm going to say real fast.
Look at red light. No, I'm going to talk over you. Because
he's going to exercise his
liberal
and exercise his privilege. Oh, we knew that. We knew it. We knew it. Get out of here.
We knew it all along.
Hey, what's on the back of this? It's like a sickle fucking hammer sickle comes down. Yeah. I'm like, what?
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, we got 100 subs about 2 nights ago, and then every night we've re-hit 100 subs again. We're now on to the goal of 200 subs. Might take us a while, and I'm okay with that.
No.
I'm okay with that.
No.
Well, what do you say
like
to the
Ryder
No,
Takashi.
I'm still talking over you. I'm just kidding. Say what you got to say. Say what you got to say.
No, because I wanted to build on what... don't forget your question, though, about that author.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's priceless.
I wanted to build on what you were saying, though, because I feel like there is a straddling of the fence. Now, hear me out, please, because you cannot negate that institutions who made a profit, if we're looking for the profit, because we're not talking about, we can leave the morality out of it and all the other things and the emotional side effects. Let's look at it from the business point of view, right?
That's
so, for example, if Walmart, well, let's just use this example because Sprint just bought out T-Mobile, right? So whatever debt that T-Mobile had, does that debt go away when when Sprint takes over the company? And so, what about the profits, the companies that are still existing today, like certain railroad companies or certain like Montgomery Wards or whatever companies that literally profited directly from slave labor, and then the promise of the 40 acres and a mule. So if you just look at that part alone, and if you can trace back and say, well, hey, my grandmother Fannie Mae was on this plantation, and when she got the news in 1865 that she was free and she didn't get her 40 acres and a mule, we can translate that value to economic financial
Didn't that
value
not
today.
get passed? That didn't get passed in Congress. That was all just a thought. So there's no rule down for 40 acres in a mule.
So that goes even further with since it was never enforced.
Yeah. It was never passed. So that's not a thing. That's not real.
No,
throw it away.
It was a comment and a promise made by Abraham Lincoln, and I'm
saying it was.
If you say anything that's racial, homophobic, or xenophobic, if you're anti-religion in any way, Anon is going to time you out. You're not banned. You're timed out. That just means, chill out on that vibe and come back and be chill.
It's never passed. Let's talk about laws. Let's stop talking about the grand.
And Golang as well. I won't tolerate anything that has to do with demeaning somebody with a racial epithet in any way. I wouldn't do it to another white person.
Ideas of things because we got to talk about the facts. That's how we get to.
Here's the fact.
We talk about the facts. Right there at that moment when every single slave got the word that they were free and they had to leave their home of what they've called home for all their lives, the whole generation from the grandma.
If you don't like it, man.
A lot of slaves.
Like I said, Golang. If you don't like it, then just don't talk about that on here. I can't break Twitch's terms of service. Okay. If you want to say crazy things, if you want to have a discussion, go on the Discord and post it. Everybody will talk with you there. You can get away with saying a lot more on Discord, but I can't have it in the Twitch chat, Golang. I can't have it. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to grow the stream. I have a lot of people that are investing in the stream, and I want to protect their investments. So regardless of how bad you want to say it on the Discord. It'll be on the Discord forever. Go on the general tab and type whatever you want to type. But if you do things that are in this chat that are against the terms of service of this private company that we are all beholden to, then I have to time you out at least. And I have to delete your message and I have to correct you. If it gets crazy and blatant, then I have to ban you. I don't want to ban anybody. I don't think I technically have anybody outside of bots banned. So just be chill, man. Have a good time. Why not come in here like trying to, we all know where you're trying to get at with talking like that. That's why I see it a mile away and I just avoid it.
Gonna go. That's why the 40 acres and a mule came in place. So now you have land.
You can hate it.
What I'm
That's
saying,
cool.
no,
That's your right.
It was never a law. It was like it was. I know. So we can't talk about it as a law. I understand, but we can't talk about it like that because it's like that's the argument. That argument isn't real. To say that they didn't have anything, that's fine, but we use that.
Yeah, accurate. Racist or homophobic remarks or xenophobic remarks. Those are ones that get you, taken out. Anything that could be used as ammunition against me or the platform.
As if it was passed. It was nothing was ever passed.
If you put yourself as a lawmaker.
Yeah, they should have passed it.
1865.
Destroyer, you'll get a kick out of this. He went the whole Uncle T route, and then he's wondering why he got his message deleted and he got timed out. Because he's calling these guys what the left likes to try to call these guys because they want to say they're not racist, but they want to use racial epithet. Explain to them we don't tolerate that shit here.
They should have passed it.
Right. That's the thing.
And also, I want you to call Destroyer that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he would like it. I think he'd put his fucking foot up your ass.
So that wasn't passed. I know, but it wasn't.
Tough questions. The only difference is that you have been accused of sexual assault.
Kamala Harris has been in Salt Lake City for a day or two. She's been preparing for a while. Pete Buttigieg, one of her former Democratic rivals, has been playing Mike Pence. Of course, Buttigieg and Pence both come from Indiana. They themselves have had interactions in the past. Buttigieg sort of knows Pence quite well.
Your quarrel, sir, is with my creator.
Democrats certainly are kind of salivating at the prospect of her and Mike Pence going up against one another, thinking that she will get the better of him. But Mike Pence has also been, an effective debater in his own right. 4 years ago, probably most people gave him the win against Tim Kaine.
I want to say thanks to everyone that's looking in tonight, who understands what an enormously important time this is in the life of our nation.
This vice presidential debate was something that kind of got overlooked, as it often does in presidential campaigns. But all of a sudden, you have someone who is first in line for the presidency while the president is potentially sick with a deadly virus, traveling to another state, debating in an indoor room with an audience, and then having to defend why the president got sick and how the president's policies may have led to that in a way that underscores how vulnerable Republicans are in this election to coronavirus. It's tough to underscore how high those stakes are, especially for Republicans.
The vice presidential debates are always interesting because it's sort of the two understudies, people who could potentially become president of the United States.
The vice presidential debate is happening under the umbrella of a general political consensus that the president objectively struggled in a debate performance that he needed to succeed in.
I think the developments over the past couple of days certainly raised the stakes for the vice presidential debate, where you have President Trump having contracted the coronavirus.
Pence has tested negative for coronavirus after the outbreak at the White House that, of course, led to these dramatic images of him being taken to Walter Reed Hospital on Marine One, doctor briefings all weekend, and White House aides reporting that the president wasn't doing well. I mean, there's just a lot of drama.
You also remember that Mike Pence was the head of the coronavirus task force for President Trump. Coronavirus and the Trump administration's response is really front and center right now.
The coronavirus is the number one issue that Republicans and Trump's campaign don't want to be talking about right now. They'd rather be talking about the economy. They want to be talking about the Supreme Court nomination.
Harris has really sort of drawn this reputation among Democrats for her prosecutorial style. And at times, as we saw her kind of prosecute the case against her now teammate, Joe Biden, she was quite effective in landing the attack.
And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
The vice presidential debate could actually be a mirror of presidential debates.
President Trump did a phenomenal job.
Mike Pence is somebody who tries not to get ruffled, who likes to just dig down into policy and not get into political brawls. On the other side, you have Kamala Harris, who loves getting in political brawls. We saw that in the Senate when she was sitting on the Senate Judiciary Committee and asking President Trump's Supreme Court nominees really tough questions.
The only difference is that you have been accused of sexual assault.
Kamala Harris has been in Salt Lake City for a day or two. She's been preparing for a while. Pete Buttigieg, one of her former Democratic rivals, has been playing Mike Pence. Of course, Buttigieg and Pence both come from Indiana. They themselves have had interactions in the past. Buttigieg sort of knows Pence quite well.
Your quarrel, sir, is with my creator.
Democrats certainly are kind of salivating at the prospect of her and Mike Pence going up against one another, thinking that she will get the better of him. But Mike Pence has also been an effective debater in his own right. 4 years ago, probably most people gave him the win against Tim Kaine.
I want to say thanks to everyone that's looking in tonight, who understands what an enormously important time this is in the life of our nation.
This vice presidential debate was something that kind of got overlooked, as it often does in presidential campaigns. But all of a sudden, you have someone who is first in line for the presidency while the president is potentially sick with a deadly virus, traveling to another state, debating in an indoor room with an audience, and then having to defend why the president got sick and how the president's policies may have led to that in a way that underscores how vulnerable Republicans are in this election to coronavirus. It's tough to underscore how high those stakes are, especially for Republicans.
The vice presidential debates are always interesting because it's sort of the two understudies, people who could potentially become president of the United States.
The vice presidential debate is happening under the umbrella of a general political consensus that the president objectively struggled in a debate performance that he needed to succeed in.
I think
presidential campaigns, but all of a sudden you have someone who is first in line for the presidency while the president is potentially sick with a deadly virus, traveling to another state, debating in an indoor room with an audience, and then having to defend why the president got sick and how the president's policies may have led to that in a way that underscores how vulnerable Republicans are in this election to coronavirus. It's tough to underscore how high those stakes are, especially for Republicans.
The vice presidential debates are always interesting because it's sort of the two understudies, people who could potentially become president of the United States.
The vice presidential debate is happening under the umbrella of a general political consensus that the president objectively struggled in a debate performance.
This is how ridiculous it is.
It is. Totally.
Down the line, generational wealth.
I think that would be.
I'm pretty sure that contributed.
That would be feasible. In my, this is my humble opinion. I think that would be feasible if this happened directly after, these slavery and all these different.
That's what the time to have done.
Yeah, that would be the time. Now, at this point in time, there is no excuses. You can do whatever it is that you want to do with your life. You can make whatever changes in your life. I don't care if you.
Yo, what's up, Crunchy?
No. It needs to be means test.
How's your evening going, Crunchy?
Ran through me on my
Crunchy Weasel
at the house, and I will threaten to take it away from you if you don't vote for me.
And that's the thing. That's the thing right there, right? They set up these arguments so that they can say, "Well, no, we're so bad. This is the only way you can be better in your life," and that's not true. That's not true. They set up the problem and only give you this small lane to see the world through. That's not America.
Yeah, the
As
cure
Americans,
can't be worse than the disease.
and that's what's happening.
Like people are looking at it, I feel like through a moral lens instead of a business economic lens.
But it's not a moral lens, even if it's like, I'm going to give you something so you never learn how to fish and live on your own. That is more immoral than me just saying, I feel bad.
More stuff of this white guilt and all
no, but
this,
it's false. It's false morality.
Victimhood.
Yeah, it's all false morality.
Yeah, but isn't it just basically coming down Democrats just buying the black vote?
As LeBron James is saying, like,
at this one time, that's exactly what it is.
Buying the black vote, they've been getting it for free.
Yeah.
Because what they've been buying.
Hey, and what are they?
Where the money been going? They've been getting it for free.
Brother.
Right home, Crunchy. Good morning, I guess. Good evening. Good evening and morning.
He got that. He got real. He said bye. He said bye.
Lucas is preaching right now.
Maybe the only thing you can get back is that there's a layaway plan for all our votes they haven't paid for. I'd agree to that shit. I'd agree with them paying.
That is the best comment of the day, Lucas. Now go tie your shirt.
Yeah.
No.
Wrap it in a bow. I'm done.
I am out. Some do mic drops, some do bow ties. That was good.
He like parachutes, man. Look at that thing. Show it off to the camera. Show it.
Look at that. He's ready to go.
Look at that.
Just in case he gets too high, we have to bring him down. If he gets too high, we have to bring him down. Slow him down, Lucas.
I see it like when I run.
The tassels. You get the tassels.
Why are you wearing that and running? That's what I'm wondering. What is that? Is not a running outfit. None of that says running.
You never know when you got to break into a spray.
That's true.
It's like a Portuguese man of war in Chicago.
You know? Oh, y'all are clowns, man.
It's so crazy.
Y'all are clowns.
Love it.
Oh, man.
Okay, so you say
Chief
no
said
to that.
layaway.
So you say no, Siaka, just to put a, no pun intended on it, just to wrap this up and put a bow tie on it. So you say categorically no to reparations.
Nope. I want to say my reparations.
Reparations.
You want to know my?
Because I'll tell you, no, I'm going to break down even more why. Because
Get 'em.
how much do I get? I was born in this country, but my family's from Africa.
Well, no, that's why I was saying, couldn't you say that this is an argument of American descent?
Okay, then let me ask you this, then. How much do I owe? Because my great-great-great-grandfather, guy I'm named after, was actually part of the Atlantic slave trade. He was one of the major suppliers. So how much do I owe? Does that count or does not count? Or is it only American? Is it only American white people?
I think if you
I
show
wanna put this out.
three paycheck stubs and
Break bread, Chief. Break bread, Chief. Break bread, Chief.
Break down is not just the skin color. And that's when you know it's a fake argument.
And that's why I want to say
because that's all they put it on. Because I found out.
And you know what? And you know what? You have great points, and that's the reason why. Look. We black people. I understand the frustration, the moral argument, but we're already getting reparations. You want to know what it is? The platinum plan.
The platinum plan.
You know what? Investing into the inner city. So you know what? Let's just stop the reparations. And let's just say we already got it now.
Build it.
Well, I would like to end my final thought on reparations with this. Like, so far, I have yet to hear a probable actual strategy plan laid out for reparations. But
what about UBI for the black community first?
Nope.
Well,
again,
who?
That's
still, I still haven't heard a solid plan.
No, universal basic income. Based
I know.
Upon
for me or not?
No.
I'm trying to ask you. Am I okay? Because I'm only one generation here. Am I okay, or does that not
That's
count?
the thing. I haven't heard.
We'll just have swatches.
But I'm open for it.
We'll have like color swatches. It's like you're smooth papaya. Okay, no, you only get 10.
Does that not count? I'm closer to slave dark. Man, Luke is closer to that.
About me.
Hey, my man's Cuban.
I saw you coming. I saw you coming. I had to stop you right there. I said, I'm light skinned. Don't you dare call me Cuban. I saw you coming. I had to stop you in your tracks. Stop that.
Wait, didn't they want to give the blacks the vaccines first?
Yeah, that's been historic.
Like, they wanted to test it on Africans first.
Saying that
they
should
the French doctors
in Africa first.
Where they had low numbers, and then there was a bunch
of. But that's anything new. Most
they always try to do
pharmaceutical companies.
Chief said I'm Cuban.
So I
he looks Cuban. You ever seen those baseball players?
I agree with you, Siaka, that, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, so we'll stop talking about it. But I agree that it's difficult for me to see a system that really could be 100% fair. And once again, you get into the problem of it would create more problems maybe than it would solve. I could see that as an argument, but I definitely feel some kind of like.
You said you all want extra money to come out of our pockets to bail out your states because you don't know how to run things. You are the grifters, and to be honest, you're straight thieves, and we all know we'll be voting accordingly November 3rd. And so that's the same thing with Nancy. She's from California too. It's so entirely poorly run.
Hey, Susie Odom just dropped something in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, so this is huge, guys. Open up that Susie Odom. Susie, where are you at?
Yeah.
She's out there, man. Susie.
All right. Breaking, just declassified September 2016 memo from the CIA to Comey reveals Brennan's task force, well, yeah, even the dog thinks so, was called the Crossfire Hurricane Fusion Cell, which means Obama's National Security Council principals were briefed on Trump campaign targets Flynn, Manafort, Papadee, and Page. Hashtag Obama knew.
Holy guys. I feel an intel drop coming. I feel an intel drop about to sort of point this out. I don't know.
Come on, the team, get in here.
Let's go intel. Let's go military intel.
I don't think he needs the drop tonight. I think he's going to get it all on Twitter.
You are correct.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's true.
Pretty much.
It's true. It's true. You are absolutely correct.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
See, we don't need an intel drop. We got Susie Odom out there. Come on.
We got the best chat on the internet. Pay attention, folks. It's going to happen quick.
Well, I remember too saying that, like back in the day, once everything starts to drop, it's going to come so fast that you're not going to be able to keep up.
Absolutely.
I can't. Oh, never mind. I'm not.
No.
Yeah, we'll do it later. We'll do it later on.
Come on.
I'm just going crazy. I'm losing my mind here, folks.
All right. So Trump just retweeted these two. Okay. Nothing to see here, just silly rumors the president was briefed on. So Brooke Singman, new declassified John Brennan notes from briefing Barack Obama per DNI Ratcliffe. Alleged approved by Hillary Clinton, a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by the Russian security service.
Look at all those redactions. Take out those damn redactions. Come on, POTUS. POTUS ordered it. Take out those damn redactions.
I think by now, if we could read it, though, we could probably fill in the blanks. With
You're right.
At this point,
dude. After this, I gotta play a video. You gotta let me.
Absolutely, do it.
Do what you want. All
right, Trump. This is the last one. Trump has turned the Washington Post into the National Enquirer. Look at here. John Swain is a reporter on the Washington Post investigative team. Says Amy Coney Barrett served as a handmaiden Christian group, People of Praise.
Oh my God, we're all gonna die.
Is there another one? All right. Hold on.
What she got? Who's Beyond what? Beyond Reasonable.
Oh yeah, that's the one that just got put. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, awesome.
You know what it's called, right?
Do it, baby.
You know what all this was called, right?
Do it, baby.
Do you know what all this is called, right? Everything they did, huh? Everything they did. I'm gonna take 3 minutes and 42 seconds of your time. This is something that I put together, June 26th.
We always give you our time.
All right. Listen carefully.
We've been living through this so-called insurance policy because they know we're putting a stop to their pillaging and their plundering and their hoaxes. And I don't know why President Obama hasn't supported Joe Biden a long time ago. There's something he feels is wrong. Why isn't he'll come out? I'm sure he's got to come out at some point, because he certainly doesn't want to see me for 4 more years. We're not. We think a little bit differently. You know what? I'll tell you. It does amaze me that President Obama hasn't supported Sleepy Joe. It just hasn't happened. When's it going to happen? When is it going to happen? Why isn't he? He knows something that you don't know. That I think I know, but you don't know.
You know, and I think that, look, I believe that the president is literally an existential threat.
Ukrainian foreign minister said on Thursday that the United States ambassador did not link financial military assistance to a request for Ukraine to open up an investigation into former vice president and current Democratic president. Can you believe? Like, we need help to beat Sleepy Joe Biden? I don't think so. The radical Democrats' policies are crazy, their politicians are corrupt, their candidates are terrible, and they know they can't win an election day, so they're pursuing an illegal, invalid, and unconstitutional bullshit impeachment.
Basically what's happening. The Trump administration wants to know when did the surveillance by the Obama administration begin into the Trump campaign? What was the nature of that surveillance?
On Obama and the spying situation, this idea that they were spying on your campaign, you've been asked before about what crime he would have potentially committed. But I remember you talking to
treason. It's treason. Look. When I came out a long time ago, I said they've been spying on my campaign. I said they've been taping, and that was in quotes, meaning a modern day version of taping. It's all the same thing, but a modern day version. But they've been spying on my campaign. I told you that a long time ago. Turned out I was right. Let's see what happens to him now.
I'm just curious, Mr. Director, how surprised were you by the findings yesterday, by the conclusions that were drawn? And I'm just curious, did you receive bad information throughout this process, like so many of us did, that there was more there?
The man who, was there and oversaw the launch of the Russia investigation. What do you make of this?
Well, actually, I'm very curious. It's presumably, I guess I'm one of those under investigation.
And you just heard about this?
Yes, I just read the clip on about 20 minutes ago.
Sir, the Constitution says treason is punishable by death. You've accused your adversaries of treason. Who specifically are you accusing of treason?
Well, I think a number of people, and I think what you look is that they have unsuccessfully tried to take down the wrong person.
That's awesome.
Let's see what happens to him now.
We got another Paul Sperry.
We did.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Susie Odom dropped another Paul Sperry. We have a new Susie Odom.
There you go.
Sorry.
There's our intel for tonight, folks.
This belongs to you, Susie, right there. That's for you, Susie.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Wait, which one? Oh, here. No, never mind. I had to go
You
up.
got two more, she
I had to
says.
go up a little bit.
We're tooled back up again, by the way. So, Susie, for you.
Yeah.
Look at my family, like if you look at all my grandparents, every one of them are like literally the last generation of being their particular cultures. I guess you would call it less diverse.
because he saved comedy.
Man, y'all, I have to I feel like I have to walk on eggshells on this website.
Second, Ryan Long.
Or egg site. Or web
Ryan
shells.
Long is
Autism.
taking the bull barehanded by the horns. And whether it's political correctness, feminism, transgender theory and gender assumptions, Z's or Zims, all that stuff, he has taken that bull by the horns and wrestling it to the ground and straight up hog tying it in the most funny way you ever heard possible. He's vulgar as hell, but also funny as hell, so we let him get away with it. And I have my children watch it regularly. No, I'm kidding.
There you have it.
No, I'm just kidding.
My grandmother was the neighborhood's daycare. Everybody brought their kids, everyone. And we were what do you call it? Like a community of houses, a subdivision. And we were right next to a refinery plant. The refinery plant came and bought up all the native land, right? And in buying up the native land to make their oil, they could drill oil on the Native American land. They basically fused with the communities that were there. So you had people like Irish immigrants that were coming in, and as they were coming in, then they were going to where there were oil jobs, right? So then you had this Irish and Cherokee, culture coming together there. My grandmother's family, they are from the edge of Spain and Portugal, and they were basically leaving communism, fleeing communism, and around the time Hitler was there. And so before Hitler, technically. And so they left and they came to here to start a new life. And they met both of my families on both my mom's side and my dad's side. They both know each other because they lived in the same community, and the community was basically a community of immigrants that had come there to work and to make a better life for themselves. And now, y'all, that community is booming. Their property values are huge. And it's such a diverse little community. But for the most part, you could say that over time it has been culturally gentrified. Naturally, I wouldn't say like it's been targeted or anything, right? But there's just naturally more white people in America, right? So it's just my culture's heritage has gotten lighter and lighter as time has gone by. It's both a beautiful thing and like bittersweet kind of, is what it is kind of things.
But the third one, Andrew Schultz. Andrew Schultz, by far. You got to watch these cats.
Now I got something to do
and
this
Ryan
tonight
Long's
after the show.
piece,
some homework to do.
Ryan Long's best piece is literally he takes all of the woke phrases and then literally takes the white supremacist phrases. Did you see that Richard Spencer retweeted that blue checkmark person that said,
I identify as like white. I don't say that I'm just
black children.
I don't try to say that all of those things.
The one that wrote the book.
I'm like, oh no, I'm actually, I'm actually Jewish, Irish, Spaniard, Cherokee, by the way. So like, please don't misidentify me. No, I'm not like that. I'm just like, dude, I know I look white, so just call me a white guy and just respect me, and we're cool. And regardless of, where you hail from, then I'm gonna respect that.
And anti-racism.
Yeah, the one that wrote the book on anti-racism, talking about white children or white parents doing transracial
Missouri, that's what's up.
It's really just them fetishizing these young children
Branson's
and
crazy.
Civilizing them. And literally,
If you're an old person,
exactly.
Branson, Missouri is like the old person's Las Vegas, except for it's like the broke old person's Las Vegas. If you're rich, you're going to Las Vegas.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
And I don't know if this was like straight
this
up.
shit
just
makes
one
me
of
want to just like not your space, but just destroy a space and scream. Like seriously though, like there's kids that don't have a parent.
Rooms for that though, where you can put on goggles, break glass, and
I'm gonna do it because I mean we have these kids that need.
Sometimes you gotta punch shit.
I'm all for that.
Dude, we know you're for that. We know you're for that. Don't do it, please don't.
Yeah.
Fine.
We don't want another earthquake.
It's like, yo, dude, these kids need homes.
Yes.
Yeah. You're more worried about this. Is again goes back to that guy with the semantics thing.
Y'all, I think that's why I'm so fucking healthy. It's because my genes are very, very diverse. I have a plethora of genetic diversity. I think that's why, like, honestly, guys, I'm gonna knock on wood because I am superstitious, but I don't have to go to the doctor that often. I don't have a whole bunch of like. I mean, I'm very appreciative. I'm not taking it for granted at all, you know. But it's I credit that to diversity. You have all these different genes of different ancestors that have overcame independently different things, different climates, different geographies. That's huge. That's huge in like, you know, longevity, lineage.
You got to be done with these fools. They're more worried about it feeling better for their ears than actually real stuff that move the needle.
You saw
They
Ray
don't care about
Stevens and
people. I say
Branson?
this to my mom, anyone who wants to listen. The left does not care about people at all.
Preach.
That's real.
Preach.
Pisses me off.
Amen.
That's why they like
That's another thing to credit to it, Pause.
Because he makes them feel good.
He makes them feel good.
I make myself burn calories almost every day.
The ultimate pimp. He told us everything
better male.
Because he's a better man. He's a beta. He was soft. He was like, and then let me ask, I want to toss this out to the black community. Why weren't we so upset that the one black president in the history of this country?
What is being inbred bad? Are you asking me if I'm inbred? I'm definitely not inbred. My families know each other, and that kind of is why my parents ended up falling in love with each other, right? But my parents were like the Wonder Years, you know, like Fred Savage and the girl. They're like their families around each other and shit, and they, you know, they're just like cracking beers and watching moon landings and shit. That's what my family was. With both families. I know. We were talking about me and my genetic diversity, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, is being inbred bad? I don't consider it to be necessarily bad. I would say that it is reckless procreation, though. That's one thing we can't deny, is the fact that you'd be purposely making people suffer with, you know what I'm saying. You know where I'm getting at with this. But you would definitely not want to be procreating with your relatives, because that would, you're actually punishing, you're creating life to punish it. And I think that's torture. I think that's life imprisonment. I would call that life imprisonment. I think the closest you can go for genetic diversity, and it's still like a 1 in like, there's like a 5% chance 1 in 20 times, is like your second cousin. That's so fucked up. But by then, and I think it has to be your mom's, like, I think it has to be like your mom's sister, her children's children. Boom. And then by then you'd have a big generational gap. You'd have like a whole generation between the two. So it'd be a really weird thing. But at that point, 2 different patriarchal male DNAs have been added. So therefore it just cuts the rate cuts it in half twice. How about third cousin? Then that's fine, because that's three patriarchal splits off of her sister's DNA, which is another patriarchal split, because they share the same father, but their DNA they're not the same, right? Their DNA matches, but it's not the same. This is a very interesting, royal wedding's an interesting topic. Yeah, I mean, the royal families, I don't know how they do things. I've never looked into that. And I don't want to look into it. By the way, do you guys like this shirt? Is this a cool shirt? I like this shirt. This is one of my favorite shirts. It's a pretty nice shirt. Are you and Janice going to hook up tomorrow night at the vice presidential debate? Yes, we are. And I'm going to be getting in contact with her sometime early tomorrow, and we'll set up her Discord. She has it downloaded. We'll get her the invite, and we'll get her in the Discord. And then once we get her in the Discord, then she can go and come as she please. And then she'll know to be there before the debate. And we'll hop in there. And we'll chop it up. I'm going to ask her if she's a drinker, because I've been making the presidential debates a drinking game. Also, I multiply the value of the hydrate command and people can just make me take a sip if they spend their channel points. So I'm gonna be somewhat drunk, but I always can manage. The last time I got drunk, I was still able to stream for, I think it was 14 hours. So we're groovy. Gucci or groovy, pick your pleasure. Keep getting error 3000 on your vid, but chat is fine. I think that might be your browser, Radulaser. Mine does that sometimes. All you have to do is hit refresh and you're good. What it is, Rad, is you're probably going at too high of a bit rate. If you're on your phone, then switch to 480, y'all. If you're on your phone and it's small enough, the 720 cut down to 480 does not cut the quality of that down, and it saves you some of your data as well.
Did not nominate one black person.
Wait, was I lit? Janet, was I really drunk? Was I an idiot? You can speak candid.
For the Supreme Court. If we want representation so much.
But he nominated Kamala as the AG.
The Attorney General.
Still. California.
He's
part of the agenda.
I know, but what I'm saying is if you really look at anything, the Supreme Court's for life.
Well, hello to protest parties, people.
You want real power.
Thank you.
So, but he didn't nominate one person, but he got all the women's stuff because the first thing he did was sign that wage gap bullshit that was already been
Libertarians United.
Bathroom stuff. And
I don't care if
but
he
you won't
uses
nominate
stream.
one black person?
Come on, there you have it.
That will be on the court
As
forever?
long as he gives props and respect, we're cool.
So we got to wrap it up right there, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Sisters,
brothers now. We know who we are. Hey, man, I'm a
in the audience. So
I'm a man. I'm 40, depending on what day it is. You know how they do it.
All right, so what's the name of our show?
You Ain't Black.
You Ain't Black.
And you ain't black.
Why Donald Trump?
So we're out there strong for Trump.
Yep.
We're out there strong for our right,
country.
for our morals and our values for our country.
They only had 2 episodes, guys. This is a 17-minute episode, and the one we just watched was a 75-minute episode. So this one's only 17 minutes, and then we'll move on to something else. These guys are really fresh on their podcast, and honestly, I want to give them the view and the like. I already gave them the sub. I want to support them. If you guys want to copy and share them on your Facebook, your YouTube, we support these guys. They have a lot to say, and they have a lot of experience that I can't speak upon. And to be a conservative, it must be tough, and they have some stuff that's very, very interesting to talk about. Even spitting off some facts and statistics in the black community that I did not know about. And just mindsets.
No passion. There's no enthusiasm. There's no one there.
Yeah, I agree, Radulaser.
Black.
Sure.
And you ain't black.
See, that's the thing that's so beautiful when we go out there. There's so many. It's so much love. You compare our. Mind you, we are in liberal LA.
Yes.
Okay,
Blue country,
LA.
supposedly.
Dude, y'all, this guy's a bodybuilder. Could you guys guess? Like, this guy is. Whoa, dude. His arms are bigger than my legs have ever been.
We're out there strong for Trump. Yep. We're out there strong for our right, for our
I don't know if my legs. I got big legs too for my size of a guy.
There's no.
All of my weight is in my hips.
There's no one there for Biden.
There's no one there.
My hips and my legs.
Possibly
I'm all straight. I'm straight legs running.
The whole campaign is
burning down America.
Exactly.
Burning down America. That's their plan.
I saw when Jill
if you put
is now kind
a sticker on his back, I don't think he could take it off.
And I saw like there was
I think he's that swole. I don't think he can do this.
Probably her Secret Service.
Right.
Hey, got her Secret Service.
She's waving at 3 cars.
That car parade.
Yeah,
the car
Trump
parade.
got trains.
Trucks, boat parade.
Boats.
Yeah, his lines go around the block.
Yeah, exactly.
But nobody likes him.
Right.
Yeah, I tried to segue as soon as I could, Soya, out of that conversation.
Oh.
Right.
Well, I did see this funny meme that said, like, Donald Trump has been to 3 rallies in 24 hours. Joe Biden made 2 Zoom calls.
From his basement. After that.
From his bunker basement.
From his bunker.
What a day. What time is it, 9 a.m.?
I got to go to
call it.
Yep.
We are done, Joe.
Got to get my rest. Man. Yeah, man. But there's so much enthusiasm for.
Hey, somebody in chat explain to me, what does it mean? I'll share it again. What does it mean whenever, like, there are messages that are in chat that are hidden? People are trying to, like, hide the message. What does that mean? Does that mean they blocked me and they're saying words, but then I can still click on it to, like, simulation? You have me blocked.
For Trump, but there is zero enthusiasm for Biden because his whole campaign.
I can still see what you're saying.
It hinges on we hate Trump.
Yeah.
We want you to hate Trump.
Yeah.
It's not that look at what we're doing to help America. Yep. Look what we're doing to help the black community. It's just hate Trump.
But we
still love you. Us. Just hate Trump.
But we still love you.
Well, and that's powerful.
Yeah, come on over here. You know, we'll love on you.
Yeah, well, that hatred of Trump is powerful. And
guys, let's just, everybody, regardless of whether you're telling people to stop talking about that or not, let's just stop talking about it, okay? We have 4 black conservative guys here. They're going to tell us about some cool shit, stuff that we all, for the majority, agree with. Even on the other sides of the aisle, some of the problems that need to be fixed. And I want to hear their words, and I can't even concentrate on it because I got incest talk happening. Let's just, it's over, okay? Stop.
It is, but it's not as powerful as this love for the country. You look at everything, right? They need to stay.
Let's make it chiller in here, guys. Let's get on a good vibe, right?
People aren't seeing that. People are
get on a good vibe
away from what has been destroyed in their own communities.
Please, everybody.
So for the person, what you will get more of is complacency. More people will be like, you know what, screw this, right? As opposed to what we're seeing grow is a love and a passion for where we live and for the ideals of this country. What's the love and passion to have?
Even that dude to the left of it
just have hate
is
and chaos.
fucking jacked
so the
as well,
was
dude.
set him up like
he
2
got
weeks
a lick
ago,
of fat on
his
him.
park, and then started beating each other up. The reporters. Like, that shit doesn't go anywhere. It's chaos. There's no direction.
Yeah.
So, like, that chaos can be stomped out, especially as we're unifying. As
Yes,
we're
the love.
We're
the
getting
love.
closer.
Yes,
Man.
yes,
It's the narrative. It's the infrastructure to tell you, look out for this. And they sit there on Twitter, oh, we're going to burn the place down. They don't have.
See, that's what I worry about.
People getting cuffed up. They're getting cuffed up, getting 10 years now. This shit's getting real. Rico's coming soon.
No, see, I get that it's getting real. I get that it's getting real, and my question is, what about Amy Comey Barrett? Actually, I botched her name. Sorry about that. But, like, you know, we got
somebody,
ACB. Right?
By the way, did somebody give me push-ups? Can somebody give a count on what it is? Somebody scroll up. Tell me how many push-ups. Give me a number. Don't lie. I'm going to proofread when I get done. I'm just full of that breakfast, so I'm going to try to crank it out best I can.
Right.
Yeah, ACB, exactly. It's just gonna be like
sound like some crew. ACB.
It's kind of funny how everybody's got an acronym now. You know,
ALC,
exactly.
TDS.
LOL.
Brewster,
Yeah. So what about
first 2
the
crushes?
Supreme Court Justice nomination?
When I was a kid, my first 2 crushes were Kelly Kapowski, I think that was her name, in Saved by the Bell, and Topanga from Boy Meets World. When I was a kid, you know, you're not like straight up. You're not a kid looking at adults. You know what I'm saying? You're a kid looking, you know, at people your age, icons and stars when you're a little kid. And Topanga and Kelly were like the most, I don't know. Let's just say ahead of their time.
Literally feel like I'm living under this looming specter of war. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just like it's.
There was another. Okay. Random 3rd place goes to. Okay, and somebody will know this, and somebody can bring up an image of her, but she was on Nickelodeon. I think it was Nickelodeon's All That, and she was one of the